people the server, so it's really hard to actually find copper ore. Probably run around the mine. What? Oh, it's in the mine. Someone's probably just gonna take it before I arrive. Where the hell is it? Right. No, they took it, of course. Well, guess I'm stuck here for a while if I want to level my mining. I have 5 in mining. Well, I'm gonna turn on something to listen to.
I'm convinced. I'm pretty convinced. This is good.
Does she have to tell you because of the sword, or just because you said so?
Yeah, it's a Queen of Thieves thing. I think if we guess, she has to.
You literally have a
So
sword.
sorry.
Force.
You're not using.
Could you draw the
Ignatius.
sword and ask again?
Guys, now that's rude. Like, I don't think I can do that. I think I only got one shot at that.
All right.
Okay. I thought you were using it.
No, that was there's a direct.
I will
question.
say,
No Ignatius.
I did hear tales of what that villain threatened to do to the Cathedral of Saint Vitruvio. And when I heard that our delegates were going to be coming here, I must confess, I did have some concern for that very reason. Do you know if this madwoman still possesses that weapon?
So yeah, true story. Yeah, she fully still I think has it, doesn't she?
Unless she left it in her old place that was overrun with rats, but we actually, there's an old saying that I'm about to make up on the spot. If you don't know the location of a bomb, it's probably in the hands of your enemy.
So she probably still has it. Yeah.
That's
It's a long way of saying.
The safer bet is that she has it.
Let me reassure you that I advise the Knights of the Silver Order to thoroughly inspect the sewers around the cathedral, to the area nearby, to ask any of the locals and the local people. And I myself have ensured that the seals on all the catacombs have not been disturbed.
Yeah, I should probably just focus on leveling, and I can run around
I understand the
hunting for ores when I'm higher level.
Sent here to also inspect it, so you don't mind if we just.
Or are there any dungeons that has
ourselves that we're
copper ore?
everything?
No, not at all.
I guess Dead Mines maybe has a few,
If there's anything that you should require,
but I need to be high level to do that solo.
Thank you. That's so nice.
I guess investigation underway then.
Should we start from the bottom and work our way up?
I'm going to start personally by investigating the wards and just magic checking them. That's a thing that us wizards and sorcerers do.
You can do that?
Absolutely. I just, wave my wand or staff and run some analytics, magical analytics on the wards to make sure.
I totally believe you, even though it sounds like it's when you're doing that make things up as you go thing. You sometimes do. That this sounds very legitimate.
Nothing I've ever said has been made up on the spot.
Oh, sucks to be AFK here.
Isn't that how talking works? Anyway, no, I'm just dumbing it down for you, Pluto. I'm using words that everybody can understand rather than Academy speak.
How would you like to inspect the wards, Sebastian?
So I'm gonna go around the perimeter and just
You cast different spells and see what happens.
I'm gonna cast
Can
detect.
you stop this thing? Can you
I'm gonna
stop
use
this
detect magic and try to use that to analyze the wards and make sure that they're in place and that they're the right thing to do the right job.
Yeah, sure. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh,
That's gonna be a 20.
All right. You can determine
oh,
that
come on!
the Cathedral of Saint Fiona is protected by a mighty forbiddance spell. The forbiddance spell wards a place against magical travel, and it prevents creatures from teleporting into or out of the warded area.
So what did I get
This
for that?
particular forbidden spell.
Mining increased to 6. Wow.
A fiend
3
starts
failed
to
attempts.
in the cathedral. It takes 5d10 damage from the
Oh my.
Oh, looks like my demon friend won't be showing up.
The only thing that you do know about from your Arcana check is that this particular forbidden spell, and the forbidden spell in general, it does. This one is also warding against fiends and undead, but it is giving a specific exception for the undead bodies of clerics and paladins of the Sacred Flame. Because, of course, as you know, there is a belief amongst the followers of the Sacred Flame that paladins and clerics of the Sacred Flame may one day need to inhabit their earthly bodies again, thus being undead creatures. So the spell would not affect them.
I write down on my little notepad, might get attacked by zombie paladins. Alright. But that's really the only, everything else seems like it's pretty safeguarded against.
That is the safeguard again on the building as a whole. As you progress around the building, the next area where you find other warding magic has been applied is that the doors leading into the catacombs have been sealed with an arcane lock spell.
Zombie paladins will get stuck at doors. Smiley face.
The doors down to the cathedral are down into the catacombs are quite in contrast to the rest of the construction of the building because they are solid metal material. So unlike everything else in the cathedral that is transparent, the light would not come down into the catacombs, and in fact, past the wards, the thickness of the material means that you're
Come on,
magic spells
respawn.
doesn't detect anything past.
Maybe I
or
should
on the
go.
other side. It just can't reach through the material.
Maybe there are less people around Ogrimmar. No, not Ogrimmar, Ironforge.
Knock to get out.
Might be easier to mine there.
Yeah. Can I ask, what was her name?
Portia.
Portia. Lady Portia, are these the only entrances to the catacombs below?
Yes, they have been sealed for weeks. No one has been down there for some time. I have not allowed anyone down. As soon as I received word that this was going to be happening, I made sure that
Yeah,
the
let's
arcane
head
locks-
to Ironforge.
locks were cast again, and that no one has been down there.
Thank you.
Are there any ways down there in terms of the connection to the sewers?
That would be preposterous.
Sewers, question mark.
Well, if there's a flood, who knows? If there's a flood, you want to protect the things that are down there, do you not?
Exactly. This you understand that Liberio is a city of canals. We are basically on the water, and so we would not want no one has been down into the catacombs since I received word from this. I haven't allowed anyone down there at all. Nothing has been disturbed.
Can we
Thank
let
you,
them?
thank you. Go ahead, Vale.
Are we allowed down there?
You want to go down there?
Well, we want to be thorough and do our due diligence, and we have very important officials coming in here. I
But-
know you've locked it up, but
But that's where we keep all of our sacred relics and all of our hallowed dead. You want to go down there to just... my magic is protecting everything down there.
I mean, you could come down with us. We don't want to go down alone per se. We just want to make sure we're checking every.
No, you're right. I haven't. The paladins, they didn't go down there.
So currently it's a blind spot for us. I know that you've warded the doors, but with it being sealed for a couple weeks, we're talking about the craftiness of people like the Queen of Thieves. She might use that as an exploit. She could use those couple weeks to build an entrance or find a way in that we are now completely unaware of. So
Very.
it would be in our best interest to just examine it, not touch anything, not take any relics, not disturb the dead. Just look around.
Very well.
Thank you. I mean, we not only just want to protect our own people, but yours as well. We're just being extra cautious. Yes, I promise.
The Ignatius will guide us and keep us from disturbing anything we shouldn't.
Very, very well. The password into the catacombs. Then there is a ward down there. It
Quite
is
a lot of players.
Fiona 963.
Are you sure? Not 943, 963.
So we kind of
Yes, that's the year that the cathedral was built.
okay.
In the capital letters.
Do you have any
Those
weird
symbols.
symbols? Yeah, any symbols on the?
Not a very safe password.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, that password is easily guessable by,
What do you mean?
well, see, you want... I go into the explanation of...
It doesn't
long
matter
password.
how you don't need a secure. They would have to be local anyways. If anyone is going to be breaking through into the, they need to be walking through physically. We would know that they were on the network.
Hell.
Listen,
Fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like what else? What else has made its way around?
Dreadnought Pauldrons?
you are one step above your password being password.
What?
Yeah, it's
Dreadnought?
low quality. Like we you know what?
That's something new.
There's a bar
Is it?
underneath your Fiona that just says we.
I don't think I've seen that before.
I just need you to know that.
Legs, Plates of Carnage.
So often. Change it after we're
Cool.
back up, just so it's.
Yeah, and so that we don't even know how to get back.
Yeah.
Please.
Very, very well. I'll change it immediately as soon as you go down there.
Hmm.
You'll-
Oh, wait,
That's a
wait,
cool
wait.
set.
Let's come back up.
We're not on the same page here.
Yeah, I think with the password and Ignatius, I think we can stay above board. And it's Bear's right. There's just something that is suspicious of this, and it's the reason why she's the Lord Commander. Like, she catches on to these things. She's paying attention. She, keen eyes, keen ears. So I think it's worth. At least a double check. No disrespect, but we're dealing with someone that is very, very annoying. She's so annoying.
Crafty.
She's oh god. And this one, pointing at Sebastian, just lets her in every time. Every time.
Very well.
Listen. You don't even know. You don't even know what happened. Anyway,
Just when you're down there, please be respectful. Do not disturb our blessed dead.
I'm just gonna put an asterisk next to that. If any of your blessed dead attack me, I'm going to attack them back.
That would be preposterous.
I'm just putting that asterisk there so that if if that preposterous thing occurs, we can
Respond to
I can
plus spot. Plus spot or
I don't understand.
Very well.
How many preposterous things happen to us on a regular basis?
every day.
All right. So with that, you head down into the catacombs.
Guys, it's just like old times. We're the three best friends that anyone
Here
could
we
have.
go. Is it a ladder? Is it stairs? What can I fall down?
Okay.
How can I make it real elegant?
Make that. Man, I'm gonna make that good. Okay. So, you head down into the catacombs of the Cathedral of St. Fiona. As you pass open the archway down the first flight of stairs, at the base of this first landing is already an illuminated shrine, where there is a depiction, as is very common amongst the cathedrals that Silver Flame, of the archangels in a bas-relief alcove at the base of the stairs here, where the archangel Gabriella is holding candles in her hands, and the candles are softly lit and glimmer as you enter down into the catacombs.
Do you guys know how relieved I am that it is not holding a mirrored shield?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very. The answer is very. That was complicated. Why do cathedrals need their catacombs to be so complicated and full? I guess to protect ancient swords, but
Maybe this
Like this
cathedral
one?
just has more magical, less.
we're also not
Evil
here
words.
hunting relics, right? We're not here trying to unlock secrets. We're just trying to find entrance points.
The other thing to
Hi,
note
how
is
are
that
ya?
this cathedral had a separate reliquary.
Off and away.
So
Good. Great.
the reliquary and the catacombs are two different spaces.
Can I help you?
That makes so much more sense. No elaborate puzzles.
have a great day now.
Let's go.
So
I
as you
cannot grab my token.
oh you can
Oh. I know.
that's odd. Oh, well, that's weird. For some reason, all of the let me fix that.
I am not in control of my body.
There we go.
yeah. Oh, I don't.
And Veo runs away.
Veo flees the scene as per usual. There we go.
She
I'm
ran
good.
down. She ran down. She's coming back.
Yeah, for some reason, I dragged the tokens on, but I didn't have the permissions set.
You have to turn on permission to move your body.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
A great way to level up your weapon skills.
Down the steps. It opens to the first chamber of the catacombs. This chamber is a funerary room and presentation room. So you can see as you come down the stairs here, there are several slabs that have been laid down upon the ground that have lain upon them in state recently passed flamekeepers and paladins of Sacred Flame. And so their bodies are laid upon each. There is a body resting upon each of the six stone slabs that are here, with the trappings of their lives still laying beside them. Their bodies are wrapped in linens, and so there's a paladin there's paladins with their blades that are set here, and around each of them are arranged several candles as well.
And like there's bodies on each slab.
Yes, on each slab.
I walk up to one of the bodies. I don't touch it, but I'm just going to give it a quick close examine, and in my notebook I write dead ? And just make sure that there's nothing funny going on. I might even, if we can spare a few minutes, I'm going to cast Detect Magic in this room.
Okay. As you cast the Detect Magic spell, it picks up immediately that there's several things that picks up. First, there is a gentle repose spell that has been cast on each of these bodies. So gentle repose is a spell that prevents them from decomposing.
Ah, we're not in Drakenheim. Makes sense.
But there's something that the Detect Magic spell doesn't pick up. The Forbidden spell.
What can I do for you?
Uh-oh.
Break to me.
Monty, I think if it's relevant,
Forge
I am seeing
airfields.
Realm of
What?
Brilliance, which does have a feature. that
Let's try and
as long as there's one diamond
see what that is. I've never been there.
within 30 feet of me, it will.
Okay.
It has like a dim light.
Okay. I will.
It emits dim light in a 30-foot radius.
You make undead glow with your helmet?
No, his helmet glows.
Oh.
If it's
The
within 30
undead
feet,
make his
I
helmet
glow a 30-foot. My helmet becomes
That's still
undead
great.
and it eats me.
So it's like Sting, but for undead.
And it
Sting
also
like Lord of the
takes
Rings.
radiant damage. It instantly just starts taking radiant damage.
That's handy, especially when we're going into a catacomb. I'm gonna let these two know, guys, the forbidden spell that was upstairs, not applying down here, which means planar travel. Really travel of any kind. People could teleport into the catacombs. Demons could be just, I mean, I don't know why demons would be here, but I'm just saying.
Why wouldn't they have it down here? They said they have holy relics that they're protecting.
Oversight. They
Concerned about, it's like, how do you get into the basement if you can't get into the first floor? But maybe they don't know that someone tunneled into the basement.
let's just say it's a good thing we're down here.
Given the area of the upper floors and the lower floors, a single casting of the Forbidden spell would not be sufficient to ward both the upper level and the lower levels. It would necessitate separate castings of the spell, which would mean that,
Be good.
based on what you know of the spell, Sebastian, from your previous Arcana check, it would be possible to dispel or interrupt the Forbidden spell
What's on your mind?
in the catacombs
Safe travels.
without dispelling or interrupting the one upstairs.
Well, we're in the right place.
Oh.
Pluto, is that a new helmet?
Oh, yeah, so I totally, gave her, old dragon. And, I was sort of, crowned, prince crown. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's like gems and stuff.
You grave robbed Drakenheim and crowned yourself a princely helmet.
Yeah, mostly because my other helmet was really dirty, and I needed a...
I
You
did
got my
throw it
attention.
into the crater, if I remember correctly, your old helmet.
It's true.
It probably had a little bit of delirium dirt in there.
Safe
Probably
travel.
for the best.
This is better. This is better. It's like the helmet crown crossover. I feel like it's a step towards more regality.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it has a lot of gems on it. It looks a little gaudy, and
It's excessive, which I like.
cool. On all the power to you, Pluto.
The two steps here lead up to a set of double doors that are sealed with another arcane lock.
This is where we enter the basement.
I'm going to approach the sealed door. Fiona, 963.
The doors shudder and slide open. And as the doors shudder and slide open, a smell assaults your nostrils. It is a putrid and foul stench. Like a combination of stomach bile and an unspeakable amount of various bodily fluids produced by almost every orifice.
It smells like stomach bile and bodily fluids. You guys know what that smells like, right? Yeah.
Smells like home.
Yeah, I guess after the initial assault, it's recognizable. I'm like, oh yeah.
You're right. What is the sewage?
There he is.
As you come through to this room, this off the small room is another chamber. This small square chamber houses a pedestal-like pillar, and all of the walls are engraved with niches here that have urns that are all etched with names, and you can surmise that this is this is where the ashes of devout individuals who are not members of the clergy are interred. So, if someone was not a cleric or paladin of the Sacred Flame, but they were still bold enough in faith that they would be wanting honored by having their remains kept in the cathedral, their remains would be stored. But they would be cremated and kept. Ludo, as you step past this room, your helmet begins to glow, and you hear a low growl.
Why is my helmet on?
As you bang on your helmet, you can see that also at the end of this hallway are two more slabs, upon which
Hooper!
there are
Hooray!
on these slabs, you can see that there are the torn up remnants of whatever bodies were kept here. But the bones have been scattered and they are laying on the ground nearby. And as your helmet glows and pings, you can see that there is a third spot over here where a third tomb where the bones have been scattered about, but laying on the slab.
Another copper ore. Nice. A good choice to go here, I guess. Seems to be way less people.
Bloated body, the corpse, which pulses softly.
Oh wait, what? It's a dungeon or cave underneath here somewhere?
Layers and layers of blubber, fat, folds of skin hanging off of it. And it is rotting and is clearly one of, if not...
Oh yeah, I remember when. Where?
As the
I think.
radiant energy begins to burn its undead flesh, it stumbles up from where it was laying.
No, never mind, I do not.
Sort of falls off the slab and begins lumbering towards you.
Oh yeah, it is down there.
I guess we are going to disturb the dead.
This is why you had that look.
This is why as it like starts, I'm like, this is why I put the asterisk.
Well, does it have anything that would suggest that it's paladin or cleric on its?
If it, This body is it's not wearing any clothing at all. And looking at it closer, Veo, as you examine, it's not that the body is obese, it's that it's bloated. There's pustules of some kind of fluid, and its skin has been stretched like it can barely contain whatever it is that it's holding within it.
As these pimples are about to pop.
Roll for initiative. Veo?
14.
Pluto?
19.
Ooh, Sebastian.
9.
Alrighty. So, Pluto, as you are the first to be clued off to this creature, you are the first to act.
I withdraw Ignatius, and as I ignite his sacred flame, I want to ask him, is it sacrilegious to kill these things? Are these pirates? Are these beasts? Or are these monsters?
The blade responds, "No knight of the sacred flame will allow the body to be defiled in such ways after death. This has either been done to them, or they are no
Come on, these are annoying.
blessed corpses."
So then I'm gonna dash.
I can't cast
can make
that
it up.
yet.
And I'm gonna get up right up against this one.
Okay, you can see more of the room here. There are at least 4 others like this in this chamber. But then this chamber opens up, and it is another chamber where the bodies of the knights are interred. In the middle, there is a basin, an altar in the room, and there is upon which where several bones have been carefully placed. In the midst of these bloated creatures, there is another creature that is distinctly different from the others. It is almost emaciated in its appearance, aside from a strange pot belly. It is wearing nothing but a and its flesh and skin are topped over whatever muscles are. It has long, stringy hair and glowing yellow eyes.
I can't cast that yet.
Fiend! And as I raise Ignatius into the air, and as I light up the room, I call out, I found the stink! I found the problem!
Okay, go for it. What are you gonna do?
I had to dash to get in here.
Okay.
I think the 30-foot radius was around walls and stuff. So I think I had to...
Okay, no worries. If that's all for your turn, then I think
I'm gonna get right up here.
We're moving over.
I can't cast that yet.
I am going to cast Zephyr Strike. And I'm gonna get over here.
We long rested.
Yes, yes, you are more than
Oops.
That 7 health back.
Okay. And I take I'm assuming this is not a wall.
no, that is a stick.
Okay. Perfect. And I'm gonna fire at the yellow-eyed guy.
Yeah. The weird belly stuff going on.
The weird belly stuff. So I'm gonna use my Zephyr Strike advantage on that one, and that is a 14 23 to hit.
As you race into the room and fire your first shot at it, that is a hit.
Okay.
Ooh, another copper ore. Will I manage to get it, or will someone else claim it first? Is this the wrong way, or?
Gosh, math.
Yeah.
We all. Math is the #1 enemy of all.
I'm really
humans
bad
there.
at 6 multiplication. 34 plus 18.
52.
Yes.
Okay. The
Nice.
the power.
Ah,
of
someone took it.
flooded the creature immediately.
Oh.
Inventory is full.
Second shot. That's a 14 to hit.
With the second shot, the creature hits the deck and narrowly avoids the second shot.
And then, because it's my first turn, I get one more. And that is worse. No.
Okay. After the first arrow rips through it, the creature howls out and begins moving towards you. It is its turn. Veo, as you look down, as you turn around, the steps behind you lead down to another room where another one of these creatures dwells. And the two of them dive right towards you.
Fun.
As the two of them leap forward, their claws out before them, they reach out to claw and bite at you. The first one, it gets a 21 with its bite and a 17 with its claws.
I have one shield in my ring.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use
We
that.
really should have refilled those rings.
What does that increase your AC to?
22.
Okay. Okay, so both those attacks miss then. The other,
And I believe I used the polymorph before.
okay, the other gets a 22 with its bite and a 16 with its claws.
See you soon.
So one hit.
Okay. You take 14 points of piercing damage. And then I'm going to have you
What can
roll
I do for
Oh.
That's so ominous.
you? No.
4.
You lose 4 points of charisma.
See you soon.
Veo, I'm suddenly not as like.
Oh wait, you can
Taken by
adjust that. Where's the override, right?
You can just make a temporary note.
Then
But
we
yes,
don't care
your
if
charisma
it's
is
your
reduced
back.
by 1d4 as the bite drains some kind of your essence or vital personality out from you.
Keep those things away from me.
She starts being just really rude at parties. She's just,
The remaining creatures shuffle. Okay.
oh, and everybody's taken. Anybody within 30 feet is just eating radiant.
How
damage.
much?
1d6.
Okay. Roll the d6.
Okay. So if it starts its turn, it takes 6.
You notice that the two creatures attacking Veo do not. It's just undead, correct?
Correct. Only undead.
Only the bloated creatures appear to be burning. The other thin ones are not being affected by this energy.
Oh, so they're not undead. Well, then we'll kill them and then raise them and then kill them again.
Okay.
Logic.
That'll teach them.
With a unsettling gait, despite their massive bulk, these two
Ooh, copper ore.
zombies move towards
Or
Veo,
way in.
and these two come towards Paluto.
I'm just gonna leave seamlessly now.
Yeah.
Shit.
And
He just goes back to the party.
as they do so, the two creatures, the two massive zombies, they come up to you, Pluto, and all of a sudden, they rip open the front of their stomachs and release a cloud of toxic bile. Which just explodes out through the entire room. All four of them do this as they shuffle up to both of you. So I'm actually going to need each of you to make Veo
Oh,
and
another copper weight.
4 Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, there are a lot less players around this area. That's nice.
Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 20 on one of the dice, so 22, 11, a natural 1, and a 2.
Okay.
Which is a 4.
Okay. So you actually only succeed one of your saving throws. So for each failed save, you're going to take 4d6 damage. So you're taking a total of 12d6 poison damage.
Oh no! I thought my dying days were over.
What's the save?
Your dying days are never over.
It's a Constitution save.
What do I need to get?
Just tell me the results, please.
Okay, so I got a 9,
Ironclad
14,
Cove.
13, and a 17.
Okay, so you succeeded.
Sounds like a new
3
place.
out of them all. So Pluto, you're gonna take 14 poison damage plus another 21 because you still take half damage on a successful save. Veo, on the other hand, you failed 3 saves, so you're gonna take 52 poison damage.
Oh man! Wow.
You can feel the energy of this corroding your body, and you can tell that had you been reduced to 0 hit points by these, you probably would have been dissolved into a goo.
Inventory.
No, not goo.
I can't
An
use
unlikable goo, too.
Yeah.
A lower charisma goo.
Yeah.
No, a mean cat.
These as they eject these, you can see that their bodies are rupturing still. So, with those creatures having gone, Sebastian, it is your turn.
Come on in, Sebastian. Come on in the room.
Sebastian rushes in and sees this swarm around Veo and like fur exploding out of the hallway corridor, and Sebastian's cloak starts to billow in the wind as he raises off the ground an inch and his eyes glow purple, and he holds his hands out in front of him and a beam of black light shoots out of his hands, and I'm gonna cast Sunbeam across these two in front of Veo.
Okay.
And I'm gonna quicken it. So they need to make Constitution saving throws.
All right. So the thin one, it gets a 11, and the big guy actually gets an 18.
That matches my save DC.
Okay.
And this is going to be the quicken version, so... Hold on. Just reading features here. Quickened.
They get blinded as well
If they failed, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to use an empowered spell as well, because I did not like that roll.
Okay.
There we go, that's much better. Alright, that is going to be 31 radiant damage.
Okay.
And as my beam of black energy blasts through them, and that will be on the quicken spell, and then I'm going to use my action. How are they looking? There's the one who is already injured.
It is very The black energy really harmed it, but it is not destroyed. And neither is the other one.
Well-
The other one isn't even black.
I have 11d8. I have one short. And it's, yeah, I mean, I should think about that next time. Anyway, I'm going to blast them again with my action.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that Sunbeam is a concentration spell that you can use an action to fire again. So
basically
if you
hit it
quicken
twice
it,
in a-
you can, yeah.
That's cool.
35 on the second one.
Okay.
So the beam gets, it's not even two beams, like I'm firing the beam and then I just like force more
yeah,
energy
you said
through
like
in
a second pulse.
pulse.
It leaves the emaciated creature disintegrated. Actually, no, I do have to make a second save for it, actually, right? Which I
Yes.
failed. The other one, the big guy actually gets a natural 20 on its saving throw, so it succeeded both of its saves against the sun.
But doesn't an undead make the saves with disadvantage?
I don't know, radiant damage do anything? I don't know.
Does that say that in the text of the spell for Sunbeam?
I'm looking. I don't think so.
If it's
No.
undead.
No. Undead and oozes have disadvantage on the saving throw. Yes.
Okay, so then I should roll those both again. So it's still, so it
I
would
missed
still
that, I
have
didn't-
succeeded the first save, but it
Oh, that's
would
why you
have
chose it,
failed
because
the
there's
second
undead.
one. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's still standing, but it is bloody.
All right. I'm still hovering in the air, eyes glowing purple, just firing dark beams out of my hands.
And I guess it would be blinded as well.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So we go to the top of the round then with Pluto.
I am going to turn to belly to my right.
Takes a while to level up
Turn.
mining.
Con save.
Oh no. Hello. Oh. I get a 21.
Okay, you do not fall susceptible to the incredible stench and the viral aura of these creatures.
Oh. And I swing Ignatius. In its full form, getting a 23.
Ignatius slams into the undead flesh of the creature before you.
29 damage
All right.
to the creature. I'm gonna swing again against the same one, getting a 25 to him. As I bring my sword once again into its gnarly body.
Yeah, I should probably go back to Cardinals and sell.
27 damage.
Die! You cleave great rents into its undead flesh, but it still stands.
I strike it once more for a crit.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it will survive that one, so what happens?
This time I cleave it in half down the middle, just so that its body can fall apart and and it's like gooey inside start to spill over both halves. As I run through it, letting this one behind me take a shot if it wants to.
So this one here, that one is destroyed, and you're going to let that one take an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, because I'm gonna run after Veo.
Okay. It gets a 24 to hit.
Oh, it hits me.
Okay. So you are going to take a total of 15 necrotic damage, and it grabs you.
Wait,
It's gonna rain tomorrow as well.
no! No! Let go of me! Well, bananas.
Okay.
How dare you hug Pluto?
Can
That's
I-
my job.
Wait, I want to shove it.
Oh yeah, because you have your bonus action.
I get a. My shove is my athletics.
Yes.
21,
So yes, it does get shoved.
and then I keep running.
Okay.
Get off me, you dirty undead!
All right.
And then when I reach Veo, I'm going to use my bait and switch.
Be seeing you.
So
what kind
and
of
I'm with-
action is bait and switch?
it is a special action. It's one of my cool maneuvers. So when I'm within 5 feet of a creature, I can expend 1 superiority die, and we switch places. It doesn't invoke opportunity attacks.
It doesn't
and,
cost you movement.
only 5 feet of movement.
Oh wow, that's good.
And so I'm gonna switch spaces with Veo, and Veo, you receive an increase of 5 to your AC.
Wow. For how long? This turn?
Until the start of my next turn.
Okay. Yay!
How are you?
That's such a
I
good
go.
maneuver.
Come and get me. I mostly took it because of Sebastian, but it worked out for Veo this time. It was mostly this will be
A
important
save
for
Sebastian
That-
move.
It's my save Sebastian
I
move.
feel like we haven't talked about that maneuver. That's an amazing maneuver.
Yeah,
actually.
5 feet, no action.
Yeah.
And then you can choose yourself or your target to receive your superiority die bonus to AC until your next turn. So it's like a free shield right now. And I rolled low, like on my D10.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
And then I
So
stand there. Come get me.
it is Veo's turn.
All right. I am going to Zephyr Strike again as my bonus action, which makes
I forgot.
What?
Oh wait. You killed it with
Keep your
radiant.
feet on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Am I
How are
charismatic
you?
again?
You're not charismatic again. No.
The undead.
Yeah, you killed it with radiant damage. Okay, that's fine.
You're welcome. Whatever I did right, I'm glad.
We both did.
Okay.
Good old. Wait, no. Ignatius is fire.
Yeah.
Technically.
No, Ignatius is radiant.
Oh, is it?
Nice.
Veo, it's your turn.
I don't do any radiant damage. Great. Okay, I'm still gonna Zephyr Strike, which makes it so I don't take opportunity attacks. I'm gonna run behind this table-ish structure.
At least my mining skill goes up when I'm melting.
Now, maybe over here.
Okay.
That's an extra movement. I'm gonna take some shots at this injured guy. Okay. 25 to hit.
These guys are like hitting the broadside of a barn. So yes, that hits.
Okay. And then a lot of dice.
A lot of dice, a lot of math. In hindsight, I should have shoved before I tried to run past him. You know,
Probably.
thinking about.
Hindsight's
about it.
2020.
It seems more.
40 damage.
That destroys it. However, this is not it is not killed with radiant damage, so you rupture its belly, causing it to explode. So we can get some con saves again from the two of you.
Pardon?
Yeah, you're in there.
Nice.
And Sebastian, you are too. So
I'm in there?
yeah.
What's the range on that thing?
Within 30 feet of where it was. So you're.
Guys, I might die. I might die.
It was right here though, right?
Oh no!
Oh yeah,
Veo,
within
you,
that.
you gotta make this save.
That's 35.
How many hit points do you have, Veo?
34.
All right, better make your con save.
Is it one? One concept?
One Constitution save.
You also have. Don't you have any? Do you have
also
any
have-
like
So yeah, Sebastian, you're out of range. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's cool. I just
lucky or?
I like to avoid damage when
indomitable,
possible.
Anything like that? No.
No.
Does
Oh,
lucky
no.
does lucky work for other people? Can I lucky
Veo, what do you got? What's your save?
18.
You succeed, so you only take 10 poison damage.
I got a 14.
You succeed, so you only take 10 poison damage.
Oh, Veo.
Stop getting in these situations.
Yeah, and the other creatures are definitely immune to the poison damage, so, lol. Alrighty.
So that was my first shot?
First shot, yep.
I'm gonna take another step this way because I still have some movement. And shoot the yellow.
Shoot the non-exploding guy.
Yellow-eyed guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I crit! Ah!
Nice. Alright,
Okay.
let's see how that one goes.
So that's 18 plus 8.
Oh yeah.
And then I have my Zephyr Strike damage, so 26, 30, 35 damage.
35. It actually hasn't taken any damage yet this combat,
Yeah.
so despite the shot basically hitting it in one of its eyes, which reaches out, throws it out, and a glow comes back, it still it still fights on.
And that is my turn.
Okay, it is the zombies' turn. Having used their big explosion, let's just see. This
And they
one-
both take damage. They both take another 6 radiant damage.
Good
gonna-
D6 rolls.
It's
Sebastian
your-
and
it's-
Pluto, you two can
it's-
both roll a d6. Because this one, it's a dumb zombie, so I'm not sure if it's gonna follow Pluto or go for Sebastian.
3.
4.
Okay, so it's gonna follow Pluto.
Hello.
Um,
I pushed him though, so that guy earned it.
so the two zombies, they all attack you, Pluto.
Okay.
I get a critical hit. And the other one, the highest is an 18.
So thankfully, crits are nullified by my super cool Sebastian Dad armor.
So it's
but-
still gonna be,
Yeah.
but it's still gonna be 15 points of damage from the necrotic blow. The other creature, the emaciated one, is going to attack you as well with its bite and its claws.
Uh-oh.
And it gets a 25 with its bite. But,
Oh, yeah.
So the bite is gonna hit you for 15 points, and you
Hey,
can roll me
no!
a d4.
No! My precious charisma, that's all I have. Oh, it's 1. Oh, thank
You lose 1 point of charisma, but you feel like if you lost all your charisma, you would probably die.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like
What's your charisma, Pluto?
Well, now it's 7. We're getting there.
Alright,
Okay,
alright.
this one I'm for sure reposting. So,
And as it finishes, it uses its bonus action, and it points towards the exploded body of one of the zombies, and the exploded creature, like imagine a balloon exploding in reverse. It knits back together.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I hate that.
And it as it knits back together, it stands up and rushes at Veo.
Ha!
Veo, it attacks you twice, getting a 12 and a crit.
Just when you think you're doing well, zombies
Yeah.
unexplode.
do we know how much health it has? Because it takes it. Does it look like pretty hurt?
It looks like it has come back to life at.
Is it like?
It
Does
look-
it look like it's
it-
on, like hanging on, or is it
It
like?
looks like
fully,
it has come back to
regenerated?
life with full hit points.
Oh my gosh!
And Veo, you're gonna take 25 points of damage from it.
Oh, I'm. Wah wah.
No, Veo.
I dropped to the ground.
Okay, I'm reposting the creature from my hit that hit me.
Okay.
I got a 22 to hit.
It is a hit.
It's gonna eat a big old 31 damage.
That does leave it bloody. Alrighty. Sebastian, we're over to you. Veo is on the ground after being beaten up by the zombie, who looks like it will probably eat her.
Oh my.
That's not what. That's actually sort of fitting for Veo, though. So, like, if anyway.
I'm going to run
No.
and jump onto this table here. Actually, wait, no. Why would I do that? I don't want to get close to it. No, wait, radiant damage. Yeah. Okay. I'm running up to this table. I jump onto the table. Again, hovering beam. I'm gonna explode this zombie with a beam, not hitting Veo.
Beaming me.
No, I'm hitting it on the. You're on the ground.
Yeah, I'll say that because she's prone on the ground. Yeah, you can
There's-
beam the zombie, but not the Veo.
Good.
Yay.
So
Don't beat
it
the
needs to
Veo.
make a Constitution saving throw against my spell.
Gets a 20, but it's
Oh.
got the disadvantage, so it gets a
Disadvantage.
Right.
Needed that. We really needed that. Freaking zombies, man.
Great. What can I do for you?
33 damage, radiant damage.
Alrighty, it is damaged by that heavily, but not bloody.
Oh man, not even bloodied, eh?
Yeah.
Can't do anything else.
Okay, so mine.
It does look that the sunbeam did draw its attention towards you.
Oh,
Mine is 43.
I am.
How much do I need to?
No.
Mine
Okay, you
10?
know what? I'm going to quicken a mind whip on it.
50. Crap.
Because the sunbeam.
Yes, I need to stay here a little longer.
It's already cast.
Is there a post box somewhere?
A mind whip.
So
Yeah, here we
I
are.
have a -4 on my intelligence saving throw, so I literally can't. There's no point in me even rolling the save.
Oh.
All right.
Zombie.
Then
now,
it's
now
gonna
I feel
take-
empathy.
Don't feel empathy. It's trying to kill Veo. So it's gonna take 9 psychic damage,
Okay.
and it can't take reactions. And on its next turn, it must either move, take an action, or a bonus action.
Okay.
Okay, slowed it down.
And that is my turn.
All right. We go to the top of the round with Paluto.
I action surge! Screaming at the
good.
sight of a fallen Veo, and I begin to tear into the awful creature, the sickly-eyed creature that raised the dead.
Okay.
Getting a 23 to hit.
Impressive.
For 28 damage.
You cut the creature down.
And continue my assault. I'm just in a rage now against these zombies. A 28 to hit, or here it takes usually a few hits. So
Yeah.
a 28 and a 24 for.
I think the only way you miss these guys is if you roll a 1.
Well, I'm gonna change game to Minecraft now.
24 and
They make no effort to defend themselves. Like they just have no spatial awareness.
so 24 damage and 9, 10, 11, 24 damage again. So 48 damage against the one above me, the north one.
Okay. I don't think either of these ones have been damaged yet.
Die! 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 And another hit for Ooh, 31 damage,
That is enough to slay it, though.
and then
How many more
I still-
attacks do you have?
I still have 2 more attacks.
Wow. Okay.
Continuing the rampage, and 24 damage against the one. I just wish I had 1 crit. That would have probably helped. That was bad. 10, 11, 12, 25 damage. And then
Okay.
I'm gonna use I think I'm gonna just use my my second wind
Okay.
BRB.
to get some HP back.
Vale, we're over to you. We're looking at a death save and throw.
Death saving throw. 9.
It's a failed death save.
Oh no.
Fortunately, Sebastian's barrage of magic has drawn the zombie's attention away from you,
Nice.
and it does shuffle towards him, wasting its turn to move up to him.
Yes, and it takes D6 damage.
Awesome.
Actually, wait, is it within the?
Yep, it is. Yep.
Oh no, it was technically out of the 30 feet though, so it.
Oh, and it's
survived.
right there. Okay.
It was able to avoid it.
The other zombie, though, it is going to attack you, Paluto. It's 2 attacks.
Stupid
Getting,
creeper.
223.
Ow! Ow!
So that's going to be 2 hits, 1 for 12, 1 for 15.
And then I will repost for a 30 to hit, and it's gonna take 4 radiant from starting its turn, plus 3, 4, 8. Plus
Oops, that's the
20
wrong one.
That cuts it down.
Die! Die, evil beast!
Sebastian, how will you destroy this last zombie?
Still levitating in the air, eyes glowing, I just kind of grab its head and a beam of dark energy pops it like
Nice.
and then I settle back down to the ground and stop glowing with octarine colors.
I run
And-
to Vale.
You run to Veo. Do you have a potion?
She does.
Give me,
Okay.
give me one of the
I'll
superior
give you whatever.
ones.
Alrighty. As you pour the potion down her throat, that's where we're going to take our very late break. We'll be back in just 15 minutes. And we are back from our short rest. We have restocked on our consumables, and we are playing some more D&D. As Veo recuperates from the fresh potion, the room is the smell persists in this chamber, but the immediate danger has passed. What do you do?
Does my helmet turn off?
Your helmet does click off for the moment.
I'm gonna start poking around with what's left of the bodies. Is there anything, or have they turned into goo? I mean, I did blast them.
No, actually, the ones that you blasted apart with radiant damage are much more destroyed. Although so you can see why the one that blew up, the creature was able to stitch it back together, so that it could continue its assault. But yes, these creatures, they seem to produce this bile when they are stitched back together again. But the ones that you destroyed with radiant damage, their remains are still.
The ones that I didn't blow up, though, examining them, I'm kind of trying to find out, like, were these bodies, did they go through any sort of transformation that corresponds with delirium, or would I recognize this more as something otherworldly? At this point, I believe that Sebastian has probably dealt with his fair share of different entities from different types of issues, so...
Give me investigation or arcana, whichever you prefer.
I'm going to investigate. and I'm going to get an 18.
Okay. There is no trace of delirium in these creatures. These are undead creatures that would have necessitated a very powerful and proficient necromancer. Someone who is possibly like these are undead creatures that you couldn't just create with a animate dead spell. You would need to be a very high level necromancer with access to a great deal of necromantic knowledge in order to create an undead creature like this.
Oscar Yorn blew himself up, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This is Oscar Yorn?
I think that we're dealing with somebody who knows magic, knows how to cast necromancy.
Did he have an apprentice? Was it Gemma? Was that her name?
I'm pretty sure Pluto chopped Gemma in half.
Yeah, that seems like something I would do.
Yeah.
But looking at these bodies, do I get the idea that they were animated by like somebody casting a spell?
It's the give me an Arcana check as well.
All right. 15.
Okay. The best you can put together is that the process to animate these creatures would involve a spell like Create Undead, which is a 6th or 7th level spell, but it would also necessitate the special preparation of the bodies in advance. You couldn't just take any corpse and animate this and create an undead creature like this. You would need to prepare the body. And as far as you can tell, these bodies, there's too much, like, you pass through the room where the recently deceased bodies of paladins and clerics of the Silver Order and the Sacred Flame were kept. And so, having been in bodies of, been in other crypts of the Sacred Flame, beyond the recently deceased, most of what remains are skeletal remains. So, a creature with this much flesh on its body is probably not made from that of a paladin or cleric that was interred here.
And so it also would have been recent enough where the flesh, like you said, is still on it. And I don't know how long it takes to cast something like that, Sebastian, but...
So these bodies were prepared. We did have weeks. There were weeks that this place was sealed off, meaning that somebody, a spellcaster, got in here, prepared the bodies, or prepared the bodies outside and brought them in here to leave them as a trap. Now, the next question is, how did they get in? I'm going to cast Detect Magic again as a ritual. I'm looking for signs of, I don't know if there's residual teleportation magic. I don't know if that's something that you can do, but...
Probably not with Detect Magic, but as you do that, Veo or Pluto, is there anything that you'd like to investigate or look around at?
I want to look down this hallway to see if there's any other like doors that are locked or kind of
Yeah, sure.
this leads.
I'll put it. So there are 2 doors that lead off of this chamber, one to the north and one back to the west. Both are decorated with images of the angels. you see quite prominently the one leading to the west is decorated with imagery depicting Saint Fiona, who was one of the saints Saint Fiona, according to legend, was one of the disciples of Saint Tarna. And so when the city here was founded, Saint Fiona was martyred because she resisted the Sorcerer King who made his capital of Liberio before Liberio was Liberio.
When we finish taking a look, I think we should explore some of these corridors. Who knows what else is around here?
And Pluto, what would you like to do?
Well, I want to take a look at the clothes that these zombies were wearing.
They really weren't wearing much of any sort of clothing, but nevertheless, what kind of things are you looking for?
I'm going to investigate, which I'm terrible at, but maybe I'll employ Sebastian. But I want to just see if there's anything that it that can give me some clue as to what they were before they died.
Okay. In that case, give me a perception check.
Ooh. 18.
Examining one of the bodies, you actually find that the back of one of the bodies has a bunch of old sailors' tattoos on it.
This is the money.
Mm-hmm.
They must have, because they would have come from somewhere, and if they're not priests and they're not paladins, then number one, how'd they get in here? They must have been taken here, brought here. But then, where were they before? Yeah. What do you think, Sebastian? Where sailors?
We are in Liberio, which is at the edge of the Middle Sea.
It's probably the biggest port in the entire continent.
So there's a big port here, and sailors come and go.
They love it. They love port.
Yeah. In fact, looking at the sailors' tattoos, this man probably, judging from it, actually, this man would have sailed around the south of Caspia and probably down into Turin. So he's not local.
I think we're trying to hunt a necromancer who's stealing local sailors who arrive in, well, not local, sailors who arrive in port. I'm gonna come next to Pluto, and together maybe, besides the fact that it's changed into a bile monster, can I determine cause of death?
Like pre
Yeah.
undead.
Give me a medicine check.
Whew. All right, come on, dice. Pluto,
Is
you
this your
wanna
first-
help?
Is this your
Yeah.
first medicine check?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm no good at medicine. Well, I have +2.
Yep, you guys can roll it. It's gonna be hard
I got a 13.
I got a 17.
because neither of you are proficient in medicine.
Yeah, I'm going to make some pizza now, so we'll stand here AFK.
With radiant damage.
Pretty much. If they're
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
killed this man before you destroyed its undead form, you can't piece that together.
But your goggles down
Okay,
harder.
okay. Then
Harder.
here's a question just based on standard logic. The bodies were relatively bloated, did the bloated look like drowning, or was it just generic bloated, or I can't really tell the difference?
They were bloated because their bodies were like
full of bile,
full of this poisonous gas. Like, actually thinking about it, these things were living bombs.
Oh, they were
Okay.
traps.
Like, if they had have gotten out and into a crowd gathered in the catacombs, especially one that wasn't ready for what they do, it could have been really bad.
somebody was trying to sabotage everything here. So,
It doesn't feel like the Queen of Thieves.
no.
This is not something she would dabble in.
The Queen of Thieves doesn't strike me as a necromancer. She doesn't strike me as somebody who raises the dead. So I write down in my notes, necromancer question mark. Our new enemy, the necromancer, we will call them.
This isn't like, other than Oscar Yoren, I can't think of anyone that I know.
Not anybody outside of Drakenheim. I mean, I've heard stories of the Pale Man. Ryan Graymere's dabbled, but nothing like this. And we're here in Liberio. The Pale Man wouldn't leave Drakenheim. Ryan Graymere might, but she has no reason to do this. She's not
She
on...
would come to us.
Yeah.
Is she not?
Yeah,
Here's-
Ryan Graymere's not an enemy anymore. So,
It's also kind of disturbing, though, that you have these undead that are just walking around underneath one of the largest cathedrals. Like,
yeah.
I think we need to tell I wrote down her name because writing names is good. Flamekeeper Portia.
I agree, but I want to just check the last couple rooms here to see if we can find a point of entry that might give us more information before we head out.
I might need another potion or two. Do you guys have any extras?
Yeah, I was thinking about taking another one myself. I have. What do I have?
Do you have anything to spare? I think I forgot most of mine back at the villa or something. Or
You take a superior.
Ooh, is that 40?
Yeah,
Oh,
think
thank
so.
you, Veo.
and I'm gonna take a greater.
I have a potion of poison resistance. That might have been cool.
Greater's 20, right?
Shut up, Sebastian.
And I
Well,
still
this is
got
probably
some-
useless, and he throws it on the ground.
Potion of water breathing, potion of poison resistance.
Do you
And is
need any
water
healing,
breathing allow
Sebastian?
you to,
No, I am quite all right, actually. They didn't touch me.
Okay, well, Veo, that really helped out a lot. I think I'm
sure?
I'm happy to lead into the fray once again.
Okay. I think going forward, depending on if we come up against anything else, we gotta be careful because we're not at our.
We should bring one of the. We should also bring one of those like scraggly bodies back to show Portia because she needs
Yes.
to know what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Okay.
If we find any more living corpses, what I might do is I might transform them into a smaller creature. Then we can bring it upstairs and... no, that's probably a bad idea.
Release it to the crowd.
It would stand as an example of what we... But no, you're
I think
right.
my
That's
crown lets us know when they're nearby. So
true.
I'm just gonna watch for a glow.
Yeah.
I'm getting that sense.
Which door do we open?
Okay.
Veo, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the password was Fiona. So maybe the one with Saint Fiona?
Sure.
Okay. As you open the chamber door, which slides open, it comes into a kind of an antechamber-like room that has two stairways leading off of it, which both lead downward, and then ends in another grand doorway This chamber is decorated with the trappings of the life and deeds of Saint Fiona, who, as it and largely it shows in bas relief. It illustrates her tutelage under Saint Tarna, and the friendship of the two women in their resisting the rule of the Sorcerer Kings, and then shows finally in the center at the door opposite the chamber. It depicts the dramatic scene of the martyrdom of Saint Fiona, where she is struck down by one of the Sorcerer Kings, and she unfortunately was one of those who, well, she has a wonderful story of rebellion. She was not victorious in the end, and so the Sorcerer King made an example of her. But in her death, it backfired, because so loved was Saint Fiona that the people rose up again, joined in that her death was seen as an affront. So the stairways lead down and through, but you do notice that there is signs of lots of movement through this chamber immediately as you come in. There are trails of the bile from the creatures that you created, similar to the ones from the creatures that you saw earlier, tracking through this room, and leading in all directions, in all exits.
I say we follow the bile in all directions.
Can I go back for a second, see if there was bile leading to this room?
There is not.
Okay.
But the bile goes in all directions?
Yeah, drippings of it, yeah.
What's across the way? Is this another door?
Yes, it is, yeah. That is the decorated door that shows the death of Saint Fiona, yeah.
And that has bile dripping up to it as well?
Yes. In fact, the majority of it is coming from there.
I walk up to the door, I turn to my friends, and I'm like, well, what's the worst that could happen? And I'm going to slide open this door.
Okay. This door opens to a massive chamber, the mausoleum of Saint Fiona herself. The large chamber has very clearly sustained some damage, in that there is signs of one of the pillars in the room being toppled over. Although this doesn't seem like recent damage, these catacombs are ancient, and so there's a certain extent that these might have left here as a memorial, as part of the memorial itself. But up over here, you can see that the doorway over here has been battered down into a rough passageway, that is clearly spilling out into a dugout cave. In the midst of the room, though, over the great kind of setting where the bones of Saint Fiona are placed, you can see that there is a warped-looking undead creature. It resembles a man, but he is clearly undead. But you can see the signs of almost contamination or mutation, for it has several tentacled limbs coming off of it. Hovering around it is a shadowy demonic figure, and laid on the ground all around them in this room are at least 100 more of these bloated bodies laying inert on the ground.
Does it notice us when we open the door?
I slide the door open and then I just slowly step to the side and like into the shadow.
Well, roll. You can all roll a d6.
Oh, what is the lighting like in here?
It is not illuminated.
At all?
4.
Okay.
6.
All right. Veo, as Sebastian opens the door, you catch sight of all this. And if you want to, you can roll me a stealth check to try to close the door quietly before these creatures in this room notice that Sebastian opened it.
Yes, I will do that. 19.
I'm looking for 20. I'm very
No!
sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
As you try to close the door in time for before these creatures notice that you've stumbled in upon them, unfortunately it's not quiet enough, and you can see the demon screech. Ah! Roll for initiative.
All right.
So sorry, you said it wasn't illuminated at all in here?
This room is not illuminated, but as soon as Pluto gets a bit closer, it will be, because he will light it up.
Pluto, stop.
I'm your nightlight. It's a dim light.
Vale?
Oh, you want to be dark?
What you got?
I got a 26.
Okay. 26 for Veo. Pluto?
18.
Okay. Sebastian.
17.
Alrighty. It looks like it's just going to be you guys go, I go.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Are we running away? Are we staying?
No, we're fighting. Why would we run away? Veo.
I'm
You
not.
look at us and we're a bit injured.
Yeah, I'm bleeding.
You guys, I haven't even used my best spells. I roll up my sleeves.
I love it.
Okay.
I'm not scared.
Alright, Veo, it's your turn.
I'm scared, but let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna use my feline agility. Get in here and kind of get behind this pillar.
Okay.
And take some shots at this squid guy.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm gonna kind of peek out from behind this. I'm assuming it's a pillar. It's a pillar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And take some shots at him.
Alrighty. Fire away.
Woo! 24 to hit.
That is a hit.
Okay. That is 23 damage.
Mm-hmm.
13 to hit.
That is not a hit. Whatever that it just goes completely wide for this creature.
15 to hit.
Also not a hit.
Ooh, okay. And then I use the 5 feet I have left to can I bonus action hide? Can't use
It's
my
not a
action?
very good hiding spot. So it's at best, if as long as you yeah, hiding, it's not a good enough hiding spot for you to be able to remain like there.
Oh,
Yeah.
and there's no light in this room.
Yes, but these creatures have dark vision.
But
So-
I am invisible, and dark vision does not work on me. I always forget I have this.
correct. Okay. Okay.
You're
Yeah.
invisible?
I always forget that I have
It's a
dread
gloomstalker thing.
Yeah, it's dread Oh, while in darkness, I'm invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see me in darkness.
Okay.
Cool.
That's I feel bad that this is the combat encounter that you remember this in. Paluto, it's your turn.
This pillar here, is it obscuring a lot of the bodies?
Obscuring how?
Like, are they
Underneath it?
behind
No.
it?
No.
Or-
I just for the avoidance of doubt, let us just say that that the piled bodies are kind of stacked in rows here and here.
Then I step into the room and I just gotta check some numbers. I want to go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I crush the diamond in my Helm of Brilliance, and I cast Prismatic Spray.
Okay. Cool. What is the saving throw DC?
Now, does it hit some of the I
Yep.
guess they're just bodies, though, right?
They are, but I'll say it will destroy a bunch of them, and they're inert, so they won't explode.
DC 17.
And it's
For the Helm of Brilliance.
Dexterity.
Dexterity.
Okay. The spellcaster succeeds its save, and the demonic creature also succeeds its save, but they still will be affected for half of whatever the prismatic spray is.
Okay, so purple's gonna be spellcaster, silver's gonna be the
Okay.
demonic thing. Silver was the demonic thing. You got an 8, so
2 beams. Okay. 2 beams. Sure.
so 3 and 1 on the demonic thing and 3 on the caster.
Okay, so it's lightning damage and fire damage. So it's 10d6 damage in each case. Oh, you're gonna be very sad.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay, so they both take the lightning damage, so roll 10d6 for the lightning damage.
Let me guess, they're like immune to lightning damage.
They're both resistant to lightning damage.
What an obscure damage too to be resistant to. Okay, so 30 lightning damage.
Okay, so that's halved and halved again, so they both take 7 points. And the other one does take 10d6 fire damage, which it's also resistant to. But roll it. Every little bit counts.
36.
Okay, so that's half. So 18.
18, 9.
9. Okay. I mean,
so a 7th level spell did 16 damage in.
it's better than nothing.
How much better though?
I mean,
Oh. I go, take that, fiends, and they just look at. They're like, oh, it's
Just
a little
like-
bright. Ugh. Ugh. That's a little uncomfortable.
yeah. Sebastian, it's your turn.
All right. Sebastian walks into the room, pats Pluto on the back as he goes past, and he's
I
like,
used magic, Sebastian. Did you see me?
"Yeah, good job, buddy."
Thanks, man. I think I could do better next time.
As you're saying that, like, I give my neck a crack and like crack the knuckles, and I'm like, all right. So dealing with shadow creatures, let's show them another shadow creature, and I kind of pump myself up, and again my eyes start glowing purple, octarine.
Yeah.
My flesh starts like covering in like shadowy tendrils, and then the shadowy wings appear on my back. And I start rising into the air, and my hands take on like a shadowy talon-like claws, and I begin to fly. And I exhale
What spell are you casting?
Draconic Transformation.
Ooh.
And I as I rise into the air as like I don't imagine it looks draconic. I imagine that with Sebastian, I basically like
Yeah.
cover myself in shadows. Like I look like a demon,
Okay.
basically.
Sure.
A shadowy demon. And I exhale this cone of octarine energy in a 60-foot cone. They
Don't
must
do
make
fire and lightning.
No, it's force damage.
That's a good one.
And yeah, I'm gonna blast them from. I'm about. How high are the ceilings here?
40 feet.
I am 30 feet in the air, blasting.
I mean, they both have magic resistance, so they both succeed their saves. But they're not resistant. They're not resistant or immune to force damage.
Well, all right.
We had an opportunity. We're just throwing it out there to close the door.
No, we're gonna kill them, guys. It's gonna be fine. Just because they're taking half damage doesn't mean we can't kill them. You guys,
Bringing
guys
quarter
run it.
damage, man.
Here we go. Gonna use empowered spell. That'll be 31 damage.
All right. I mean, it's still 15 points each. Every little bit helps, you know? Every little bit counts.
There you go.
There's damage on the board against both of them. Anything else, sir?
Bonus action. Which one's the spellcaster?
The one with the tentacles.
All right. I'll tell you what I am gonna do. I reach out my shadowy clawed hand, and a dark portal appears in front of it, and a dog comes running out.
Oh.
We haven't seen this guy in a while.
Reaper!
Okay.
Reaper pounces out of the shadowy realm. Now I need to read what this does again. It's been a while.
But that would have made him make the saves with.
Yeah, probably. I'm.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's
Yeah,
been a
I'm
while.
getting
I'm
the-
It's all
rusty.
right. In the ground under where by the spellcaster.
Yeah, it's gonna attack the spellcaster. The hound can make opportunity attacks. While the hound is within 5 feet of the target has disadvantage on saving throws against any spell you cast. The hound disappears. Okay, cool.
Alrighty. Spellcaster casts Misty Step. Pops over here. And draws in. Pulls out a delirium crystal. Snaps it. And mind blasts all three of you. I need intelligence saving throws from everybody.
Oh no! Wait, did I? Okay, this is a side question, but did I get my charisma back?
No.
Wait, what?
Sebastian?
19.
Vale?
16.
Pluto?
So, first question: does a 13 make it?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna start my indomitable lucky continuous until I hopefully get it. Does a 14 get it?
No. Vale and Pluto, you are stunned. And you both take 22 psychic damage.
I'm gonna use my lucky. Does a 12 get it?
No. How many times did you re-roll that?
you just keep using features until you just get stunned anyways.
And as the demonic figure flies towards Sebastian, crying out for Sebastian's soul, that's where we'll end for the night.
No!
Ooh, do I kind of look like him? Because I'm a big scary shadow demon, and we fly at each other.
Yeah, it's cool.
no.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my.
So I'm stunned,
Yeah.
which is I'm incapacitated. and everything just has advantage on me. Cool.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
I'm stunned and no one can see me.
Yeah, we lose Mayo and we can never find it.
Well, no, because Pluto's helmet is now illuminating the space.
How
Right.
far though?
Within 30
It's
feet.
like
of
30
him.
feet.
So yeah,
It's like a 30-foot little like dim.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's good to know. Good to know.
Well,
Oh, guys, we're fine. Wanting
So
to run
funny.
away from every battle.
not every battle. Just after I have to take after I take like 80 damage and use all of my short rest features.
Well, we'll see how we all do next week.
Woo.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We will confirm. So, in a funny turn of events, my convocation ceremony is next week
Oh.
for my PhD, but it's in the morning, and I'm gonna have a lovely lunch to celebrate with my professors and whatnot. So I think we'll still be playing, but we'll make an announcement if plans change, because my school is actually, oddly enough, having its reception before the it's weird, but yeah. So I thought I might have to cancel next week, but we'll hopefully we don't. We'll see. So with that, but in the meantime, I want to thank our amazing cast, Kelly, Jill, and Joe, for playing tonight.
And I want to thank Kyle for all the work that he's doing behind the scenes. We miss you, Kyle. Excited to see him this weekend. And also a huge thank you to Monty for running the stream tonight and for being a great DM. Or not, yeah, running the game tonight, being a great DM. And, making more creepy crypts for us to explore, because we love a good crypt.
A good creepy crypt. Yeah,
It was scary and fun, and yeah, thank you for hurting us. And thank you to all of our the talented artists who provided some incredible assets that we use in our live stream games. You can use them in your games too, and we encourage you to go out and support some of these amazing creators. We use Roll20 for a virtual tabletop. A lot of the player character artwork by Elizabeth Perot. Some of the cartography by Joshua. What were the maps tonight?
Tonight is by Neutral Party.
Neutral Party, some
yeah.
maps by Neutral Party, and tokens from the official token set. So please check out, and you can enjoy these on your own games.
Of course, don't forget to look at the links below for our Teespring store. You can find all of your favorite Dungeon Dudes t-shirts, including Yes, 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 Shadows of Drakenheim. Check out bit.ly/Dungeon Dudes merch.
And we have an amazing Patreon community that helps make all of our work that we do here on YouTube, Twitch, and elsewhere possible. If you enjoy the work, first of all, a massive thank you to all of our patrons. You guys are so awesome. You have been some of our biggest fans and most amazing viewers, and we love hanging out with you, chatting with you, hearing all your support. If you want to join our amazing community, you can find out how by following the links in the description below and sign up on Patreon.
And if you do sign up on Patreon, you can join our exclusive, phenomenal Discord community where we hang out with all of our patrons. We do monthly writers' rooms where people help us work on new scripts for upcoming videos. We actually have a video coming out in a couple weeks that was entirely made during a writer's room. We also have our monthly Q&As or homebrew workshops. So if you're out there wondering, how do we get the Dungeon Dudes to take a look at our homebrew material, we're going to be trying to run a few more of those as a little bit more often. So we either do a Q&A where we just answer general questions, or we open up submissions for homebrew material and we take a few and we review them. All that is for our patrons. Also, if you grabbed the latest Kickstarter, Sebastian Crow's Guide to Drakenheim, or the previous Kickstarter, Dungeons of Drakenheim, and have questions or want to share stories or talk to other DMs who are running the game, our Discord is a great place to do that, and we pop in and give our insights so that you can talk to the writers themselves. So all of that is on our Discord. Make sure to check it out.
We also post new videos every other Tuesday and every Thursday on YouTube. Check it out at youtube.com/Dungeon Dudes.
And be sure to join us live, hopefully next Tuesday, when we record the campaign live on Twitch. Check us out from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time at twitch.tv/dungeon_dudes. You can also watch the video episodes of the show on YouTube, or, of course, check us out as an audio-only podcast as well.
And if you are going to PAX Unplugged next in just a couple weeks, the first week of December, we're going to be there, and we're doing a panel at 5:30 on Saturday as part of the con. So if you want to have an amazing weekend at the convention and you want to meet us, we'll be there. So come to PAX, come to our panel, come say hi. If you happen to pick up a copy of Dungeons of Drakkenheim, we'll be leaving time to sign some books, do all that fun stuff. But yeah, we will be heading off to PAX Unplugged in lovely Philadelphia. It is our second time going to be there. Through the whole weekend, we'll be hanging out across the convention floors and probably quite a few of the surrounding establishments of fine beverages, and checking out all the things to see and do at PAX. But we also will have our very special panel, which will also be live streamed on the official PAX channel, from what I understand. Yeah, so if you can't make it to PAX, you'll be able to check that out as well. So that'll be coming up in just a couple weeks. With that, thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time in Drakkenheim.
Har du et enkeltpersonforetak eller en liten bedrift? Da du sikkert lei av å høre meg snakke om hvor enkelt det å sende faktura med fiken. Så vi gir oss her, fordi vi liker enkelt. Fiken, superenkelt regnskap. Prøv gratis på fiken.no.
Good evening! My name is Dr. Monty Martin, and this is The Fate of Drakkenheim, the Dungeon Dudes weekly Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition live stream campaign. I'll be running the game tonight as Dungeon Master.
And I'm Kelly McLaughlin, playing Sebastian Crow, the half-elf shadow sorcerer, and we're joined today by our good friends.
Jill Denitis playing Veosenia, the Tabaxi Gloomstalker Ranger Rogue.
And Joe Gorman playing Pluto Jackson, the Human Battlemaster.
Thank you for joining us once again. Of course, we here do so many other cool bits of content on the Dungeon Dudes YouTube channel that you can check out at youtube.com/dungeondudes, where Kelly and I post new videos every other Tuesday and every Thursday covering everything D&D, including advice for players and guides for GMs. Check that out.
You can also watch us on Tuesday nights when we record the campaign live on Twitch. Check us out from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time at twitch.tv/dungeon_dudes. You can also watch the video episodes of the show on YouTube. They go up every Friday. And you can also check us out as an audio-only podcast as well.
And a big thank you, as always, off the top to all of our supporters out on Patreon. We'll have more details on how you can support the stream at the end of the show as well. With that, let us return to find out the fate of Drakkenheim.
Drakkenheim is no more. The devastation which fell upon that accursed place left a kingdom in ruin. Now, horrors lurking in the haze grow ever more great and terrible, while simmering tensions between rival factions boil over into outright war. The power of monarchs, mages, and priests hangs in the balance. 6 unlikely heroes join forces to confront the coming chaos. They shall decide, once and for all, the fate of Drakkenheim.
Welcome back to the Fate of Drakkenheim. When last we left our heroes, we were in the midst of combat, coming back around to the top of the round, where the eldritch being you see before you, deep beneath the catacombs of the Cathedral of St. Fiona, has unleashed a storm of psionic and contaminated energy that has damaged Sebastian and left Veo and Pluto both stunned. as you feel your senses overwhelmed and your mind nearly shattered by the psychic barrage. Sebastian, you are in the middle of the mausoleum of Saint Fiona, where she has been where her few bones have been laid to rest here. The rest of the chamber is completely in darkness, so beyond the illumination that you brought into the chamber, the dull glow of the eyes of these creatures, before you is a lithe, lanky, winged demon, a strange, twisted mirror of the transformation that you have taken on with the spell that you have cast. However, as we're now at the top of the round, Veo, you actually have an opportunity to snap out of this effect. You are stunned, so your turn is consumed, but at the end of your turn, you do get a chance to repeat the saving throw, the intelligence saving throw, to potentially snap out of this effect.
See how we do.
Believe in you, Jill.
No, a natural one. Good. We're starting off strong.
Get them out of the way now.
Yep. Just roll out all the poor rolls.
Shake it out.
Yeah, shake it out.
Oh no, Jill. I'm so sorry.
We're off to a great start. Don't worry, I said I had it.
This does not predict how this battle will go.
Under the, if that's an omen. Oh, man.
Not an omen.
That's not an omen. That's Jill. She's like, you know what? I don't even need to be in this combat.
Okay.
You know?
Well, we'll see how this works out for the rest of y'all. Okay. Well, with that in mind, Paludo. So Veo, you will remain stunned for another turn. Paludo.
You're stunned at the action that Pluto's gonna make with his. Does a 10 do it?
No, it does not.
Okay. It's okay. So first, we're gonna use Indomitable, my second use of Indomitable.
Okay.
You gotta blow through all of your. Would a 17 do it?
Yes, it will.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh my God.
Thank goodness.
Yes, a 17. Gritting your teeth, calling on your indomitable reserves to wrench out of the psionic energy. You feel your clarity restored. Ignatius and because you were stunned, Ignatius was dropped to the ground, but you managed to pull yourself together. That's all you're going to be able to do this turn, but you are not stunned anymore.
And I regain my composure, and I just start to look at my bearings, and I see Sebastian floating.
Yeah.
All right, Sebastian, it is your turn. What are you going to do?
So, Sebastian, if for those of you who do not recall, has cast a new spell, Draconic Transformation, where he, in his version, has taken on a shadowy demonic form, growing shadow wings, and his sort of whole body wreathed in shadows that are swirling, and his eyes glowing purple, and his hands turning into shadowy talons as he lifts into the air to fight this demon. His dog Reaper has also been summoned, which I cannot grab, but Monty, do you happen to remember which creature I summoned Reaper on? Was it
I believe it was the Eldritch being. Yeah.
The spellcasting tentacle-y
Yeah, because then he teleported away and then cast his stun effect.
So as I'm claw battling in the air with this demon, Reaper is going to run up to the other eldritch horror.
Okay.
And I am going to twin cast Tasha's Mind Whip. So some of the shadowy energy lashes out from Sebastian and kind of creates this shadowy tether from my head, almost like horns coming out, and lashes into their heads.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Tasha's Mind Whip. The creature that is within 5 feet of Reaper has disadvantage on the saving throw.
Okay. Which that disadvantage will negate its innate magic resistance. Which I get a 2. The other creature, the demon, has magic resistance, but I get a 13.
13 is not going to do it.
Okay, so the tendrils of Tasha's Mind Whip, what is that going to do to them?
So first, they are going to take 8 psychic damage each.
Okay.
And they must choose. They cannot take reactions.
Okay.
And they must choose whether they take a move, an action, or a bonus action on their turn. And with that, so as the tendrils lash out and kind of stun them in the head, I'm going to fly back to about here. And using my bonus action, I'm going to exhale my breath attack. So this shadowy plume of what kind of damage is it? It's
force damage.
I think it's force.
yeah. So this shadowy force exhales from my demonic form. I'm going to miss Reaper, but I'm going to hit the 2 of them.
Okay, so saves from both, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
This is not. Does this count as a spell?
Yeah, it would be because it's caused by a spell. You gain the ability.
Yeah,
from
okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
So the demon, what type of save is this?
This is a dexterity saving throw, and the one creature still has disadvantage.
The demon gets a 25 on its save.
Yeah, cool.
And the eldritch being gets a 19 on its save.
Okay. All right.
Do they still
cool.
take half damage on a?
They do still take half damage.
Okay.
So that is going to be. Half of 30, so 15 damage each.
All right. Both of them have been quite wounded, but neither are yet bloodied. But lots of damage on the board on both of them.
All right. And I hover in the air and let out a demonic roar.
How many of the horrible bodies were destroyed in the in the breath weapon?
Was it a line or a cone, Sebastian?
It is a cone, I believe.
It would have wiped out a whole bunch of them in that case. Yeah. Yeah.
Kill those zombies.
Okay. So, all right. The Eldritch Mutant, still under the effects of the Mind Whip. So it is, it's going to have to choose whether it gets a move, an action, a bonus action, or it gets only one of the 3.
Yeah.
Okay. And they both failed. Okay. So it can't take a reaction either. So what it's going to do, with its turn, is it hovers in the air and it begins to cast a spell. And it makes the shape of a sphere with its hands. And you just hear this light popping noise in the air, but nothing else.
Counterspell.
You're gonna counterspell?
Yes.
Okay. With what level spell slot?
Oof, That's a good question. There's asking the real questions. What do I got? What can I do? I'm going to use a 4th level spell slot.
Okay, roll it. Roll it to see if you counter the spell.
Does adding it to 4th level add anything if I still have to roll it?
No, doesn't.
Oh, well, it's too late. I said I was going to use. Okay. All right. Am I just rolling? It's been a while since I've done this.
Yep, you just add your charisma modifier, and you just have to beat the level of the spell that it's casting.
Ooh, okay. I got a 22.
Okay, so whatever spell it was casting did not happen.
That was clutch.
Was I gonna kill one of us?
Okay, so it is stuck in place. The other creature, on the other hand, the demon, well, it does not have any reach. It does have a ranged attack, which Sebastian, it is going to use its glare on you, Pluto, though.
No.
And Pluto, I need a charisma saving throw.
Lucky for you, I lost more of my charisma, my precious charisma, due to being bit by something earlier. So charisma saving throw?
Yeah.
Cool. Ooh, I get a 15 with that -2, so 17 turns into a 15.
So you needed a 16. So the minus
Can I
from
lucky?
earlier actually, yeah, you can lucky it.
I need to. Let's just see what happens. So what I need an 18.
You need a 16.
I
But
need,
you need
but
to
I
roll
need an
18 on the die.
To roll an 18,
18,
or
19,
higher.
or 20.
You can do it. That's like no problem, right?
Yeah, 15%.
You're Pluto
5.
Jackson. Oh.
I get a good old.
No.
I get a 5.
Okay.
So it turns into a 3.
The creature begins eating a small piece of your soul as it gets sucked out of your body, and you take 24 points of necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by 24.
Hey, that's my soul.
Pluto's eyes begin to drain from their color. It becomes sort of transparent, like a milky white, and you can see his strength, like his muscles starting to deplete. Like you can see like a bit of them start to lose some of their splendor.
Well, with that, locked in place by the mind whip, they're not doing too much moving. So, Veo, it is your turn. You're stunned, so I'm going to need a roll to snap out of the stun.
Come on.
14.
I'm sorry.
Well, we're going up. At least.
Yeah.
Roll.
Moving up. So, Pluto, it is your turn in that case.
I'm recently stunned. I'm slow to pick up Ignatius off the floor. I can feel my strength leaving, like it's heavier than normal. Like there's something, like my legs are just not quite with me, but then I make eye contact with the tentacle creature.
Mm-hmm.
As I slowly begin to make my way towards him and speed up and go faster and faster as I raise Ignatius above my head.
All right.
And I cast the demon back into the... Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit, and unfortunately I can't take reactions, so I can't shield it.
This is perfect, thank you.
Mind Whip is such a good spell.
Mine whip.
Mind Whip.
30 damage.
Ow. Okay.
Don't worry, I know how that feels.
You say as you cut into it. I know how this feels. I'm sorry.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Is he holding anything?
He is not anymore. He had a delirium crystal in its hand, but currently.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get him to make a strength saving throw.
All right.
DC 18.
I fail.
Okay, so he's gonna take an extra 8 points of damage, and now he's prone. And I will continue my assault. So when they're prone and they're beside me, do I get advantage?
Yes, you do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Go, Pluto, go.
Like a 31 to hit.
Oh. So you knock the creature to the ground, and it slams against the ground, and you drive Ignatius into its back.
29 damage.
Okay, it is bloodied now.
And I continue my assault on this awful creature. You stunned my friend! You tore a piece of my life force out of me! Oh, so close. Like a 33 to hit.
Ugh.
Almost critting twice. Another 30 damage.
All right. It barely survives your vicious onslaught, but survive it does.
Let me just quickly see, because if it's still alive, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do distracting strike.
Okay.
So on its last attack, it's gonna take an extra. Let's see if this kills it. Oh, 1 damage.
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Darn it. But the next attack against it is with advantage.
Okay.
Sebastian,
it is your turn.
Reaper's gonna circle around.
Okay.
So Reaper kind of pops into the Shadow Realm and pops back out on the other side. And you know what? Reaper's gonna bite it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reaper gets wait, I guess double advantage.
Now that it's back to your
Double
turn, it can actually take reactions again. I'm going to use one of my new spells.
Uh-oh.
Yes, as a reaction. I am going to vanish to the space between worlds.
Ah!
No! Get back here!
Can I counterspell?
You can try. Let's just double check what level is vanish to the space between worlds.
Did you use counterspell? It hasn't been your turn yet, right?
It is now my turn again.
Oh, right now, yeah. That makes sense.
So
Yes, so yeah, it would be back. Did we make vanish to the space between
reaction.
worlds? Did we? We haven't. I think our playtest feedback is that it should be a higher level spell.
but we aren't done playtesting, so what is it currently?
What is it currently? It is currently a 2nd level spell. Yeah.
Well, it's countered.
Okay. All right. I think I might be stuck here.
So as it starts to tear open the fabric, Sebastian the demon reaches out his claw and goes no and closes the rift. And then he points a finger at the creature, and Reaper jumps out of the shadows and attacks him with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a 19 to hit
That's a hit.
for 12 damage.
I believe Reaper gets its prey.
Yeah.
Reaper grabs the creature, and the portal that Reaper comes out of opens back up in the floor, and in a weird sort of eldritch scream, the creature gets dragged into Reaper's domain.
Yes.
Does Reaper
And with a
disappear
pause.
after the creature is destroyed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm going to exhale my breath attack as a bonus action, avoiding Pluto.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Magic resistance gives me a natural 20 on my saving throw. So I get a 27 on my dex save.
You're still going to take half damage, and you're going to like it.
Jeez Louise.
Lucky for you, this is a terrible roll. You know what? I'm going to use Empowered Spell to re-roll.
You know what I love? There's
5 of
certain
those
features
dice.
where you know what happened, and anytime Sebastian uses empowered spell, it's because I feel like he rolled poorly. I mean, it makes sense, but it's just funny to hear. I'm gonna use empowered spell. Is that bad, huh?
It's still only a 24, so half of that, 12.
12. 2.
Okay. Wait, is firing the thing an action or a bonus action?
Bonus action.
Is commanding Reaper an action or a bonus action?
That's a great question.
Double.
Or is it like a special skill?
On its turn, it can move towards the target.
Is summoning it above?
Oh, as a bonus action, you spend 3 sorcery points to magically summon the hound. But once it's summoned, on its turn, it moves towards its target.
And it just attacks without requiring any action from you?
On its turn, it can move only towards its target by the most direct route. It can use its action only to attack its target. The hound can make opportunity attacks, but only against the target. Yeah, there's nothing about me having to use anything other after it's summoned.
Sweet. Yeah, then sweet.
I think we just don't roll initiative for it, right? It just goes on your turn.
Yeah.
Reaper's
That's
his
the
own
only-
dog.
Oh yeah, that's
Shadow
amazing.
hound.
That's amazing. Okay. So yeah, I do take a little bit of damage from that thing then. And then what do you want to do with your action?
Did I not use my action? I guess I counterspelled Reapered.
Yeah.
Oh,
You still got a full
Breath attack.
action.
wow.
Wow.
I because I counterspelled, can I not cast a full spell, or is that no, that doesn't apply here. I can cast a full spell. Oh boy, I did not come prepared for this. Let's go ahead and mind whip it again. The tendril lashes out.
Alrighty.
Drum roll.
It's gonna be a 20 on the save and throw though there for mind whip.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You only take half damage and suffer none of the other spell's effects. That's fair. I tried.
Hey Joe.
11 damage. Or
Alrighty.
half of 11.
Joe, how are you looking on hit points there, buddy?
Okay,
Are you
let
bloodied?
me update it. Oh yeah, and that's even with a 24 hit point reduction to my maximum. I'm still bloodied, even with that.
Alrighty.
Yep. Yeah, it should be updated in roll 20. Sitting at a solid 39.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start making some attacks with this guy. This demon there, Joe, is gonna come and bite you.
No.
Getting a 25 to hit.
Yep.
So this thing's bite does 5d12 necrotic damage.
I don't know if I can.
They could all be one. They could all be
17.
one. You know.
5 damage, Joe. It's 5. No, not smile. I don't want to.
5 damage.
42
Come on.
necrotic damage.
Oh, that takes me out.
With a single bite, and it drinks deeply of your soul, and then it lunges at Sebastian to claw you, Sebastian.
Pluto collapses.
Sebastian, I'm gonna get a 27 to hit.
Oh man, shield's not going to do much there.
And the claw,
Fly.
the claw also does a bunch of D10 damage.
Fly, Sebastian, fly. Fly
I am flying. Pluto,
It
no!
flies too.
So Sebastian, you're gonna take 35 force damage,
Yikes.
and it's gonna use its soul-stealing gaze on you.
I don't have a soul.
Well,
Actually, someone else has your soul.
Make a
So your soul's
charisma-
still getting damaged.
Someone just
make a
owns
charisma
it.
saving throw.
Yeah, you still have it, but someone else owns it. That's a good. That's a.
It's not yours after you die.
All right, 21.
Okay, so you don't take 25 necrotic damage.
No.
Oh, and it's not even on. You take nothing on the half. All right. Yeah, and you see the shadowy demon tantalizingly trying to draw out your soul to devour it, but it seems like, yeah, maybe you don't have that much of a soul to devour.
Foolish demon. There's no soul for you here.
All right, Veo, are you gonna snap out of the stun?
No guarantees. 16.
You
Going
are
up.
not stunned.
Yeah. I thought I didn't make it.
But that is your turn, I'm afraid. Pluto,
You just hear "Ow!" from behind the
death saving throw there, Pluto.
This is where boys become men, courage reigns supreme, and I roll a 5.
That's one failed death save.
You gotta believe. Pluto twitches. You can see him muttering something to himself, and he's in some kind of like mini coma, and then he twitches, and then he just stays there.
Okay,
Seems like he's trying to amp himself up.
Sebastian, we're over to you, buddy.
All right. I am going to first just
This menacing demon eyes you and says, "Once you are unconscious on the ground, I will devour the souls of you and your friends, and you will face a torment of agony in my belly."
yeah, about that. And I'm going to, you know what? Let's go for one last mind whip.
Okay.
Let's see how he rolls. I know he has advantage, but
Natural 20 with advantage.
well, half of 14.
7 damage.
7 damage. And another saving throw against my breath attack.
All right. 25 on the saving throw. Your feeble magic mortal will do nothing to me.
We'll see. We'll see. I just rolled really well. So we'll, 39, half of 39.
That does leave it bloodied.
Nice job.
Yeah, that was one of the highest. Those were all 6s, 7s, and 8s.
How are you looking there, Sebastian?
I'm fine. I'm at 58. I'm good.
Comes.
I gotta mark off these spell slots and whatnot. I'm burning through them, but I don't know. I'm keeping this fight real.
No tomorrow.
The
There's no
demon
tomorrow.
brings its claw down upon you, Sebastian, getting a 15 to hit.
I cast shield as a shadowy, shimmering force appears in front of me.
It rears back with a bite, getting a 20 to hit.
It gets me on the other
The
side.
bite shatters through the shield like glass breaking your magic. 5d12 damage.
We're okay. We're all right.
So that's 20, 32,
Mm-hmm.
38 plus 6, so 44 necrotic damage.
I'm fine.
And
As
it
yeah,
bites into your neck, and its eyes glare into yours. Make a charisma saving throw.
fool. Charisma. That's going to be a 24.
Okay, you don't have your soul sucked out.
I glare back at him, and I'm like, we talked about this, demon.
Okay, Veo, it is finally your turn.
All right, I am going to do a little dash on my bonus action to get me over to Pluto because I sit up from being stunned and I see he's on the ground. So I make my way over to him and I shove a potion in his mouth. Pluto, do you have potions on you?
I do. I have one superior.
Oh, do you want a superior? I can shove a superior if you want it, or I have greater.
I have one superior that you can jam in me.
All right, I see it on your belt. I grab it, I jam it in your mouth.
Alrighty, Pluto, you're back up.
Go into it.
That's
on
40, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I am on the lookout position.
Is it Pluto's turn?
That's Veo's action to feed you a potion. So yeah, it is your turn, Pluto.
Yeah.
The demon, all it hears is the sliding of steel against the cold, dark ground. And I go, I ain't hear no bell.
Brilliant.
And I jump up on this rock that's just behind the demon as I stand between Veo and I crit.
Oh,
Yeah!
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's what I wanted last turn, so I would have stood up too, but I'll take it.
That's a finale. I mean, I hope.
Ignatius. Really quick math. 47 damage.
oh man! So you spring to your feet, and Ignatius flares to life, fighting deeply, and you hear Ignatius's righteous voice call out, "Drive back the darkness!" And the holy blade flares with light as it collides with the shadow stuff of this demon, as if this was Ignatius's purpose to destroy entities just like this. But the creature, reeling from the blow, the shadow stuff still binds it together.
I remove Ignatius and I go and I raise it again as I mumble to this awful demon, "My blade is thirsty," and I get a 21 to hit.
That is a true strike with Ignatius.
25 damage. And finally, my final attack, coming in with an 18 to hit.
All three of those hit. How do you destroy this creature?
Sort of like as Ignatius is cleaving into its wounds, the the radiance is drawing out the light from it. So as the wounds start to bleed light, and as I continue the assault with Ignatius, the demons the shadow starts to disappear, and my helm is burning with this like radiance. The light shines through, and it begins to just sort of dissolve in front of me as I stand
it just
on
fades away, like just like light spilling into a darkened room. The creature fades,
and I breathe in heavily. Thanks, Vale.
Sebastian like lowers to the floor, and the shadows all get sucked back into him, and he looks over at you and he goes, "Show off."
Sebastian, you were Shadow. You were Shadow.
What happened?
I had that whole battle, and then you come out of nowhere and say some cool line. Like, what are you, the king of one-liners here?
I am no king. I am a prince. I am the prince of one-liners. That is my title.
It was pretty awesome,
That is
Pluto.
my oath.
It was pretty awesome.
I actually though feel really. I don't really feel very strong. I feel
You're
really
very pale.
weak. Yeah, that demon, it bit me. He bit me. That's why I'm so mad. Oh, my neck. And he looked into my soul and took a part of it, I think. I don't know what is a soul, but I don't feel like I have as much of it anymore.
Are you guys okay? Is everybody okay?
That affected me.
Yeah,
deeply. I feel like I might need...
Feeling just a little bit more grumpy than usual and a little bit less friendly towards everyone. I'm just... I need a nap is what I need. And a snack. And I think we should burn all these bodies. I'm just saying.
Yeah, probably. Do you think they'll be okay with that?
I hold my hand against the helm, and I want to remove one of the... I believe it is...
I can prestidigitate a fire.
Yeah, I put my hand on your hand, and I'm like, Pluto, I can make fire.
Yeah.
So can I.
Yeah, but...
So wasted.
And I...
Pluto, like, I can do it, like, with minimal effort. You don't need to use resources.
I go over and I make a bonfire on top.
But then I
I'm just
actually
like,
pull out a flint and tinder, and I begin to strike it against the crown.
And about 4 minutes
Absolutely.
later, while you're doing that, I walk over and look at the pile of bodies, and it
Does anyone
bursts
have
into
any
flames.
kindling? Does anyone have any kindling? Do you have any like cotton? I need some cotton. Does anyone have any cotton?
I help Pluto.
Yeah, can you just light my
Alright.
little fire on fire? Start it off.
I do.
Yes.
I light your little fire on fire.
All told, there are dozens of corpses here. As you light the fires, you can see that in one of the crypts off of the main mausoleum, the walls have been broken in, and there is a massive rent in the floor, a cavernous opening that stretches down into the darkness.
Sorry, where is that?
So in the northern area of the chamber here, there is a set of additional crypts off the main mausoleum of Saint Fiona, and here there has been a breakthrough in the baseboards. The flagstones of the catacombs. That is a tunnel that has been dug up, and the flagstones are shattered and cracked and broken, but the tunnel is perfectly cylindrical. The tunnel itself is about 10 feet in diameter, and it is a perfect cylinder that extends past your dark vision can see, straight down.
Approaching the tunnel, can I surmise if it was magical, animal, or mechanical in its creation?
What does unless you have proficiency in like masonry or stonework, give me an investigation check, but without any additional proficiency, what you can figure out might be limited.
I have mason's tools, and remember, I'm a mason.
Huh.
I mean, true, maybe we can work together.
My name was Pluto.
I get a
am
20.
All right, Pluto, give me a check. Add your proficiency modifier to this one. And with the mason's tools, you and Sebastian can talk it over.
I think we're rocking. I think I got a 13.
Okay.
Wasn't great.
The tunnel cuts past the foundation of the it cuts past the foundation stones and concrete of the crypt and extends into the earth and clay itself. And so the clay and rock that gives way after the construction, as you know, this area of Liberio is effectively a artificial landmass. So it very quickly goes into sediment, and if you examine further, you actually smell that smell of seawater and clay and rock. Whatever dug this was not a beast or a machine. It's too perfect for that. It's almost as if someone might have used magic to excavate or destroy the material as they went along.
So again, I'm still saying the suspect is a necromancer at this point. We have raised dead, we have summoned demons, perhaps. We have magically carved tunnels into the basement. I do think at this point, though, it's best that we go share our findings with the paladins. Perhaps they can actually do their jobs and help us look into this.
Do we have a way of at least blocking this until we bring them down?
I hold out my hand and I cast mold earth, and 5 feet of rock lump up in front of it.
Yeah, you could use mold earth to seal the hole.
All right. So it takes me a few minutes, but I pile up the debris to just seal the entrance loosely, just so that nothing else comes in. But I'll probably excavate it once we get.
While you're doing it, I can help too. I can push some big rocks over.
Okay.
I admire your strength, Pluto. It's good. Thank you.
I sit back and
I
munch on
especially
some
push the
snacks.
ones you're pushing.
Beyond this, it does not look like the actual bones of any of the interred paladins and clerics were disturbed. The actual sarcophagus that houses Saint Fiona's remains seems to be undisturbed. While there is some damage to the structure of the catacombs themselves, most of it looks like it is the result of ancient damage from earthquakes long ago. Liberio does get hit by earthquakes, and it does suffer from the fact that it is on an artificial island. So the damage to the catacombs has accrued over the years, but the actual people who were buried here, it doesn't appear that they were used. Even as you go through the niches where the earthly remains of paladins and clerics are, what's there are skeletal remains. But these undead creatures that you destroyed and the bodies that were not animate here, these creatures, on the other hand, were flesh. and if you had to guess, probably recently deceased. Yeah. And the only thing that you notice that through searching through is that as you burn the bodies and find any of the markings, the sailors' tattoos are a recurring theme that you notice on the corpses. Several of them. You can each roll me a perception check.
20.
3.
15.
Veo, you notice this. The tattoos, many of the sailors have a tattoo on their left shoulders that is the symbol of a bird's skull.
Guys, did you notice there's like an aviary kind of theme going on here?
Yeah, like the it might be like the skull of a sparrow, or perhaps like a sparrow hawk of some kind. Like it's more of like a songbird's skull than a predatory bird's skull.
Perhaps it's a crow skull. I know you just said it wasn't, but you know, Sebastian thinks it's a crow skull.
I know birds pretty well, and they have a bit longer beaks. This one's a little bit shorter. You can tell by, you know, the boning and it's just sparrow, likely. Or at least a variation, maybe finch. Who knows?
It might mean that all of these sailors are from the same ship, or perhaps part of the same guild.
Yeah.
Now, we don't live here, so maybe asking the people who do, maybe Portia? Is it Portia?
Or maybe Isabella Ezio might know a little bit more about the...
True.
If they were all from the same ship, the number of bodies would mean that an entire crew of a sailing vessel was murdered.
Yes.
I think that's what happened.
That's what I'm wondering. Did an entire crew go missing?
Someone's gotta know. This many bodies with the same tattoos, it doesn't make sense that someone would notice.
Well, what was the paladin's name? Leonard? Lewis.
Let's go blame this all on Lewis, shall
It's time for Lewis to get a talking to.
Who didn't
Okay.
finish their ritual spells?
As you head back up out of the crypts,
They changed the password on us to get out.
No, they haven't changed the password on you or anything like that.
Like,
Not
Fiona
at all.
963.
No.
Fiona 963.
High Flamekeeper Portia greets you, and she immediately can see that something happened, and you see a grave look wash over her face. She says, "What happened?"
Well, there was some trouble down there.
All those safety nets you put in and all that hard work.
You had demons in your basement?
Yep. Look at my neck. Look at that. Look at that.
Light of the Flame. How did this happen? Are the wards in the crypt still in place? What of our dead?
The dead are still intact, but there are new dead, and they're very scary, and your wards are not in place, and there's a giant tunnel into the crypts. So somebody was attempting a zombified attack
But hold on.
our meeting.
Portia, you think there were wards down there?
There were wards, they weren't operational. There may have been an incident involving your wards.
I mean, when we went down there, we felt that it wasn't the same as up top.
No,
Yeah.
the forbidden spells that are woven over the crypts are separate from those over the over upstairs.
But there were none downstairs. Right?
That means that someone would have had to have unbound them. It would have taken a powerful dark mage to undo that.
I mean, everything about this screams dark mage, and I should know. I've had my fair share of experience with dark mages.
You've had a few run-ins.
A few run-ins. I live very closely with one. So, zombies. We're talking necromancy. We're talking magically created tunnels. We're talking dismantling your wards. We're talking summoning demons. All things that, can be very helpful in the right circumstances, but not these circumstances.
And this wouldn't have just been done overnight. This has taken some time and planning.
She rubs her hand over her face, and you can see that there is both, like, the expression on her face is both one of the palpable sense that a sacred space has been violated, but also one of embarrassment that, and she says, protecting this place was my responsibility. It was the knight's responsibility. And we failed.
Everybody makes mistakes.
I must gather my acolytes, and we need to make this right as quickly as we can.
We should take you down and at least show you what we've found.
If it's anybody's fault, I don't put the blame on yourself. Put it on Lewis.
Totally, 100%.
100% Lewis's fault. But we were about to hold a meeting in here with some of the most important people from several nations in our continent. And somebody wanted to do something terrible at that meeting. And we need to figure out who. The meeting will probably have to go on. This investigation may go past when the meeting is, so I'm wondering, we need people on this. We need guards everywhere, and
Yes.
I mean, I don't need to attend the meeting. I can personally start investigating this.
I'm definitely attending.
Maybe we can start this investigation, and then if we need to break off for the meeting, but maybe the meeting needs to be paused due to safety.
I think we need to
mean,
sort this out first, for sure.
We can't have Wilhelm here with the threat of the assassins, a potential. You keep saying necromancer, like. Ooh.
Yeah, I really don't want to have to give my life again to protect him against things we should be protecting him against.
The thing is, I don't know who our enemies are that are capable of doing this. This doesn't feel like the Queen of Thieves. This doesn't feel like...
You know who it does feel like? Oscar Yoren. But he's
Oscar
dead.
Yoren blew up.
Did he? He blew up, right? We saw him explode. He broke the staff, and then there was just this, like,
There was nothing
light.
left.
Yeah.
I am 86% sure we killed Oscar Yorn.
But this is totally his vibe.
Oscar Yorn's... I don't know, that's so season 1.
But could he have a secret apprentice that we didn't know about? There's other dark wizards. I don't know.
So someone found his journal. was
Academy?
like, I'm gonna pick up where he left off.
Yeah, I'm not going to start assuming it's Oscar Yorn until I find proof of that. It seems ridiculous. We have no beef with the Pale Man. The Pale Man wouldn't leave Drakenheim. That's the other thing. This is here in Liberia.
Flamekeeper Portia says, "Me, my acolytes, and the knights need to attend to this immediately. If the three of you wish to report to the others and decide what is to be done, we had every preparation in place to secure the cathedral for this meeting. And now that we know that this was going to happen, we will redouble our efforts. But you should send word and find out what the plan is for your meeting, because if the Cathedral of St. Fiona is the safest and most secure place in Liberio, the only place that would be any safer would be the Enigma Ziggurat.
Well, it looks like your safest place has been infiltrated, and even with your amazing efforts, you still had to call in the three of us, the cathedral investigators. The cathedral inspectors were the cathedral inspectors.
I don't think they called us. We came storming in.
You called on the cathedral inspectors, and we came and found the issues with your...
We should at least show you where the hole is that we plugged, because that's important.
Certainly. With that, the High Flamekeeper follows you into the crypts, and you show her the situation, going through the creatures that was found, and she has a gasp of horror when she sees. Of course, the Eldritch being was consumed by Reaper, and the demon was destroyed by Ignatius, so all that remains are the bodies of the sailors that you had started to burn, which, unfortunately, burning bodies underground fills the entire chamber with tons of smoke. So the High Flamekeeper immediately instructs the other Flamekeepers to begin moving the bodies out of the cathedral so they can be properly cremated.
I'm not an expert at cremation. I'm sorry.
I want to ask her about the tattoo. Have you seen this before? Is this anything you could tell me about?
I don't. It does seem like these people were all part of the same group, but you would need to ask around the harbor to get any sense of that. The harbor master and Anchor Citadel do maintain quite good records of what comes in and out of Liberio, so there is a roll of all the ships that dock and when they leave and go. So if you do head down to the harbor, you would be able to find out at least if any ships have gone missing or have been moored for longer than expected.
Can we trust you to keep this place safe in the meantime?
Yes, I will redouble all the efforts. Now that we know, we didn't suspect anything like this could ever happen. But now that we know, we'll be vigilant. If you do want to move ahead with having the meeting here, we will make sure that it is safe to do so. And I will check every ward and every safety and reinstate them with all the magic I can muster to make sure that it is safe.
If you need any help, please let us know. I'm sure there are multiple parties here that want to make sure that this place stays safe, including the Knights of the Celtic Order and the Jacksons.
Yeah, we're
Very
pretty
well.
invested.
And the crows.
Who would you like to report to now that you finished up here?
The sick bay, the medical tent. And let's
Yeah.
go.
Should we go see?
Just go sit down somewhere just for a minute, catch our breath, figure out why I'm not as charming as I used to be.
Like, who is there to report to? Who's here in Liberio? I'm kind of drawing a blank.
I
Well,
think we should. Oh, go ahead.
currently, the other groups that are coming in, so the representatives of the Silver Order and Wilhelm and Venus Joplin, they are originally the meeting was supposed to be tomorrow, right? So they're all camped out and they were all going to make their way into the city tonight to attend and come in to have the meeting that was planned. So all the arrangements have been made, so calling things off is potentially an option, but that is going to delay things. Pardon me. You would need to consult either with Wilhelm and the others, or perhaps Isabella Ezio, or even sending a messenger going to meet with the other leaders. It's up to you to decide.
I think we at least need to send a letter to Wilhelm to let him know what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question: when do we need to be like washed and ready to have this meeting? Like, when's this meeting happening? What's our ETA?
It would be tomorrow, like first thing tomorrow, essentially.
So what if we just go take a short rest, get a little bit of something to eat, and we go clean up the problem, and then there's no problem for tomorrow?
Well, that would be ideal. We should maybe send a message to Wilhelm and the other leaders. Let them know that we're investigating it.
Yeah,
Let them know that
we
should
can
be
get it fixed.
now. Yeah, at least we know of the problem, so there shouldn't be any more problems with the venue.
Yeah, we've had to contact the catering and tell them to hold off
But
for a little bit.
What's interesting, Pluto, you need to be part of this Gasconade. Veo, you do too.
Yep.
So really, the three people that are available to go off and investigate are Sebastian, myself, Rudy, and Wrath.
You would think to bring those two along with you and maybe get, and what we go just make sure that Wilhelm's okay. And
Well, we don't have to part ways or anything, but once the Gasconade starts, you two will, like Pluto, you by all means need to be there. It's your duel.
I know, I just love killing.
That
so
said,
much, especially demons.
Sebastian's fate is a part of that duel. So
But is it really?
Hmm.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Sebastian's not worried. Sebastian's flattered.
It's not. I don't think. Is it timely? I guess the question is, can it wait? How long is the Gasconade usually? How long do Gasconades go on?
I mean,
for?
the Gasconade could be as long as it needs to be, but it's also the fact that there is finalizing any negotiations with the Silver Order, and the fact that representatives of the highest levels of rulership of all the nations are going to be at this meeting. So, it's a very important people will be gathered in one place together, and so whether, Sebastian, you want to be part of those conversations or not is really up to you.
No, I should be. I just, well, then that gives us one sleepless night to investigate and solve this mystery.
Wait, what time is it during the day now?
Roll a d12.
4.
4? So we will say that it is 4 in the afternoon.
I mean, we could rest now
We can get this done before dinner.
and then have a midnight investigation. Or do you
Yeah,
think go
this-
now? Short rest.
No.
No, short rest and then
Long rest.
Long rest and then all nighter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you wanna party.
One last go before the cascade.
So we would,
I mean,
and then go down into the crypts to fight an undead. You said like a necromancer at midnight.
first we need to go to the docks and ask about the sparrow, because you see we kind of finished up in the crypts. We could follow the tunnel and see where it goes, but I'm worried it just goes to water.
Yeah. I think the sparrow tattoos are the best.
We have a lead with the sparrow tattoos, and if it leads us back underground, then we'll just come back to the crypts and go dig around in the tunnels. But the harbor seems like a good place to start an investigation. But I won't lie, I used a lot of my magical energy to keep you two alive during that little bit there, and I might need a nappy nap.
Yeah, I'm sore.
I'm pretty sleepy, Pluto.
Feeling extra non-charismatic. I don't even know if that comes back. I don't even-
Pluto, I would heal faster if you could be my big spoon.
Sure.
Cool.
If you guys do want to take a short rest, at least of an hour, have some supper, the hit point reduction, the penalty that you have from the charisma damage from before, that goes away. Let me just check if it goes away on a short rest.
Well, I do think we want to take a long rest.
Can we push a long rest? Can we long rest now, and then investigate the docks at night?
Ships come in at night. Do they?
Go to the local watering hole.
We're on the night shift tonight.
If you want to take a long rest now, so technically speaking, you can only benefit from a long rest once in a 24-hour period. So you would have already rested, like you would have. So the answer is you're not going to be able to take a long rest and benefit from it until tonight, right? Like
Okay, so we have to take a short
actual
rest.
bedtime. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
So you can take a short rest and regain some hit points, and the reductions to your ability scores and hit point maximums will go away on a short rest. But if you want to take a long rest, you're going to need to settle in for the night.
Well,
No
have the
nappy nap, we need sleepy
turntables.
sleep.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Sebastian?
I'm going to be less helpful than I was in that last combat for any future things that we run into, but I will still be good.
Well, we can go so far, and maybe we won't take as many risks, knowing that we're not at full strength.
I
but
never
we can at
take
least get some
risks.
information and do some investigating.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, yeah, let's do a short rest.
Okay.
Let's do a short rest.
Where are you going to take that short rest? Just at the cathedral?
Yeah, we're just gonna patch ourselves up, take a quick nap.
All right. Certainly. Well, then I think that is appropriate break for us to take our real life break. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. And we are back from our short rest. We have restocked on all of our consumables, and we're going to play some more D&D. So as Veo, Sebastian, and Paluto patch up their wounds and rest at the rest up from the battles beneath the Cathedral of St. Fiona, did any of you have as you rest up though, before you spend any hit dice, High Flame Keeper Portia comes and says, "Here, let me tend to your wounds." And she casts healing spells on all of you to restore your hit points, so you don't need to spend any hit dice.
Thank you, Portia.
That's very kind. Sebastian looks a little uneasy about having holy magic cast on him, but it goes well. He's happy about it.
Thank you, Portia. I just try to do what's right by Ignatius, and I just love killing demons. And what we saw down there was monstrous, and it has no place within these walls or the basements of these walls. And we're gonna continue to figure out what's going on down there, and I think we can help you drive this evil from your land.
I wanted to offer my assistance in finding out what happened here. Some of the bodies of those who died were still relatively intact despite your attempts to do otherwise. I can commune with what remains of their bodies, and we can speak with them if you wish.
Yeah. Nothing bad's ever come from talking to the dead.
Isn't that like something that...
What?
Didn't you do that?
I talked to my mom.
You eat a lot of towels.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah,
if-
that's... Why, is that bad?
I'm sure your small
just
intestines
purely
are not
from
in
a
good
digestive
position.
point of view. Yeah.
We may ask 5 questions of one of these, of one of the deceased. There are many of them, so of course, if you wanted to try asking more questions of them, but be aware that sometimes the dead, especially those that have been faced such a horrific transformation into undeath, they can be a little scattered. You do not commune with the soul of the departed directly. It is more like the impression that they left behind on their earthly remains. If you wish, we can cast the spell, and I can assist you.
That sounds good. Guys, quick huddle.
Yep.
All right, should we stick to serious questions? Should we try to investigate? Should I avoid questions like who's cuter, Sebastian or Pluto? What are we thinking?
So the answer to that is Veo. We already know that.
Yeah. So
Out of Sebastian and Pluto, Veo's the cutest? Okay, no, but what questions can we
It's because of
ask?
the fur. It's definitely because of the fur.
I mean, the fur
So-
does give you this natural adorableness that is that okay to say?
I think serious question. Yes, it is. Serious questions, because it will help dial down, I think, the amount of time, because we are on a time limit to get to the meeting.
What if we
Is it-
ask stuff that's relevant? We know they're probably sailors. What if we ask something like, "What ship do you serve?"
What ship do you serve? That's good, yeah.
Stuff that
Yeah,
really
yeah.
lasts on them.
What about can we ask them how did you die?
Maybe,
What's
but
the
they might
last
not
thing you
know.
remember? What's the last?
Yeah,
thing
what's the
you
last thing you
remember?
remember? I like that.
Okay.
that.
Who was your captain?
Yeah.
Or on what ship did you serve? I guess we can answer that ourselves.
Because they might be ambiguous. We need to figure out, because if we
Some
figure out the
backup
captain's name,
questions.
the captain name might lead us to where
Unless
they
we're talking
were
to the
last
captain.
stationed.
Oh, what about
When did you arrive in Liberia? How long have they been here? How long were you in Liberia for?
Or maybe, do you know where you are? Is that relevant?
well, we know where they are.
But did they know?
Why would
But we don't care anymore.
I think that's a good group
Well,
of questions.
unless they were killed not in Liberio, so maybe they need to know where they were killed.
Maybe just asking them, do you know where you are? Or where, and if they say Liberio, we can then follow that up with how long Like, when did you arrive in
Because they
Liberia?
might say something like random, and then
In
you
which
go,
case we know that
"Oh,
they were killed somewhere else.
Yeah, where are you?
Could ask them, like, potentially, depending on their answers, like, what happened with your crew.
We got 5 questions. I think we have 5-ish. Let's-
Sebastian,
All right.
I
That's-
actually
Would
don't
you-
feel very personable right now, so I think you should lead this one.
Oh, okay.
I just
Okay.
don't feel like social, you know? I feel like
Portia, I think we're ready to talk to the dead.
She brings you to one of the chambers that was off of the crypts that you passed by. Was a chamber that was used for preparing bodies.
Yeah,
And
back.
She has laid one of the more intact corpses there, and begins casting the spell. The magic flows through the body, and the semblance of life falls into the face, which you can see there's a small look of realization over the eyes as they open up once more, and the mouth begins to move. High Flame Keeper Portia says, "What is your first question?"
What was our first question?
Ship or their captain. I don't know, the ship or the captain.
What ship did you serve on, sailor?
My ship was the ill-fated Finch.
Write that down. Write that down.
Finch.
Ill-fated Finch. Who was your captain?
Captain Grigori Highsail of Dransmond.
Transman. What's the last thing you remember?
We were coming into harbor a day out of Liberio. Crew was feeling sick.
How the hell did they get sheeps in those places?
Oh boy, guys, do we ask how he, like, now I'm wondering if he died.
How did you get here, or do you know where you are? Like, something to try to, what we're trying to, I think, do is like get a sense of like how he got to like the basement.
Also, I might ask what he was transporting, because if it's
Sure.
Yeah.
what were you bringing into Liberia?
Bringing delirium and a few passengers.
Who were the passengers?
Bunch of apothecaries from Altbrook.
That's 5 questions. So,
Is it?
that was
1, 2.
Yeah, that was 5. I think
Yay.
I counted 5.
so does he go back to sleep? Sleep. So
A long sleep.
he came from Dransmond heading towards Liberio. They were transporting delirium, which is already problematic, as well as a group of apothecaries. The crew fell ill.
And it was on the ship, the Finch.
The Finch, and we
the
have the
captain was something high sail.
Ill-fated Finch.
We need the manifest from Captain Highsail's ship to gather the names of these apothecaries, because they would have had to register as
Either-
passengers.
Yeah, leaving Dransmond, or if I guess they never made it to Liberio. Like that's something we could check. We could see if they were supposed to come to Liberio and they never made it, or did they make it and then
Do you
something
not
else
remember?
happened?
They
Something might have happened and it still made it, but who knows?
it still made it, but the crew may not have.
Yeah. So maybe we go down to the harbor, talk to the harbor master, and ask about the Finch.
Guys, this is bad news. It sounds like we're dealing with some of those sleazy apothecaries. Have you heard of these guys?
All I know is that I'm a potion inspector, and I know how to.
Yeah,
break
apothecaries.
faces.
they're like, let's skirt around the rules and like, I don't know.
Like you?
No. Worse, like bad me.
Yeah, that's actually you. Like, you're that.
No, like they're the type that would get like expelled from the academy, you know?
Hold on.
Like you.
No, but not guys, you're blowing this out of proportion. Okay. No.
Sebastian, are you an apothecary?
Listen. I would never ever be an apothecary, okay?
I also have a side question.
Yes.
What's an apothecary?
Oh, they're kind of like, they like to do magic, but they like to pretend that they do it smarter than sorcerers and wizards. They're like, oh, we study random facts of the world and therefore can make poison. I don't know, they're weird.
I think most of you would know that typically an apothecary is thought of as a practitioner of medicine, that rather than knowing that apothecary, like as in the apothecary class, right, that we've designed, like most people would think, oh, an apothecary is like a doctor or a healer of some kind. Yeah.
Wait, so they had healers. They had this
On the
boat with delirium.
Yeah, but I don't think these apothecaries were healers. Is what I'm saying. So
Oh.
apothecaries know how to mess with medicine, but they can also know secrets to necromancy.
Yeah, there was
Oh.
this like doctor in Caspia that poisoned a bunch of people, and it was totally by accident. But like he wasn't paying attention to like the mixtures. Is that like that, but like more menacing?
Was that the Caspian Dr. Frankenstein?
You've heard of his work?
Yeah, he was a bit of a reputation, that one.
Yeah, it was well known. I mean, he said it was by accident, but people have their suspicions.
Anyway, it sounds like we're not looking for a necromancer, but possibly a group of apothecaries.
Let's
Well,
see
whatever it
if
was,
we can meet up with them and find that manifest before we
they were
start
dead
making
bodies,
any
right?
assumptions. They could be good apothecaries, like actual healers. We don't know.
True. Portia, thank you very much. This has been very helpful.
Are you gonna clean this up? I referenced the dead body on the slab.
Yes, we will make sure that they are given their last rites and sent properly to whatever hereafter they seek.
Make a Lewis mop the floors. Yeah.
Veo, you might be right. We might be jumping to conclusions, but as we head to the docks, let's keep an open mind that these apothecaries may not be behind this, but they might still be alive and might know something.
Yes.
And should we hurt them for information?
Beat up the nerds and take their homework.
We've
Something
never
like
been
that.
good at that though.
I just have to, like, I'm trying to be more respectful of people from different backgrounds, but also, like, if they're summoning demons, Ignatius wants to hurt them.
And we all do.
And Ignatius is yelling at me right now.
Trust me, Pluto, I have every reason to hate demons as much as you do.
You
Or more.
kind of looked like a demon a little bit ago.
Yeah, but that's my inner demons. Those are different.
Oh, okay. It's more soulful.
As you leave the cathedral, you can see a rather embarrassed-looking Lewis being responsible for hauling the dead out to be properly laid to rest.
I guess will we head to the docks now?
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
sounds like an appropriate next step.
Mhm.
Good investigation.
Liberio's docks comprise basically the entire southern end of the city, the southern shore of the city, and in fact, even the docks extend up into the canals systems. But with asking around and a couple directions, you're able to get a reference to the Port Authority and the Harbor Master's office, where the Port Master Casilda Calento oversees the comings and goings of every ship that docks in Liberio. Casilda, the Port Authority is a stone building on the edge of one of the piers that is not that is in the shadow of Anchor Citadel, which is where the proper fleet of Liberio's armada docks. And as you come out to the harbor of Liberio, it is a bustling port with hundreds of piers and hundreds of ships. And one of the things that strikes you immediately is that the port at Liberio is so busy that ships moor out on the water, and as you ask around, you learn that it's not uncommon for a ship to have to moor and lay anchor outside, like not at the docks, and wait its turn to actually dock in Liberio because the port is so busy. And so sometimes ships will have to moor out there for upwards of a week before they're actually able to dock at port and unload their cargo. So this is why you actually will see sailors coming out on smaller rowboats coming and going down through the harbor. And so as you pass all the ships that are unloading their cargo and all the cranes to the stone building of the Liberio Port Authority, it is insanely busy because again, the ships that when they come up and dock, there are cranes that are built all along, and these cranes are ingenious machines because they reach out over and can unload cargo from the ships, but the cranes are operated by a couple people running on a hamster wheel. That is like basically like a big wheel that someone runs in that hoists the crane up because there's no engineering to it otherwise, right? So someone will run on it and that will turn the crane and pull the chains up, and so they can unload extremely heavy cargo using this human powered system.
Pluto. How much you want to bet that I could be you in hauling the thing in the wheel?
At the academy, we hoist things using magic. What is this manual labor? What?
I do not shy away from a challenge, although it might be literally built for you. I would love to race you in the circle of lifting, the sphere of lifting.
You're now going to make a giant sheep.
As I go to investigate, Pluto and Veo start a hour-long race on a hamster wheel.
Does anyone want to join in and help? My daughter asked.
Fortunately,
use my arms to grab.
as you come in to the Port Authority offices, there is a line going out the door of the Port Authority of about another 10 ship captains, all lined up, several of them with their arms crossed. All of them are usually holding some kind of shipping manifest or ledgers or logs, and several of them are tapping their feet, waiting.
Sebastian, you wait in line. We'll do the hamster wheel.
What was the name of the captain again?
See you in an hour.
Grigori Highsail.
I'm gonna give this a shot. As I stand adjacent to the line, I look out at it and I yell, Gregory High Sail. I'm looking for a Gregory High Sail. Has anybody seen or heard of a Gregory High Sail?
All right, roll me a d6.
I got a 1.
One of the sailors, a look of pure anger and rage comes over the one of the. He's this massive man, about almost 7 feet tall, with a huge bushy beard, and an eye patch over one eye, and a peg leg, and a hook for a hand. And he reaches forward with this big meaty fist. He's almost like an ogre, and he grabs you, and he says, "Where is he? Grigori Highsail owes me 2,000 gold pieces. You're gonna bring me to him, little scrawny mage." And he holds the hook up to your nose.
And with the hook in my nose and being lifted off the ground, I respond and say, "Sir, have you ever picked a fight with a mage before? I have burned down about 20 paladins in a split second, so I would be careful where you point that hook. Also, if you were paying attention, I was asking for the whereabouts of the same person you're looking for. So if you want to use your noggin and think about it for more than a second, then you can get your meaty fist off of me, and we can maybe try to find out where he is together. Any information you have and any information I have might be able to help us solve the mystery, and you can get your money, and we can get our man."
Give me an intimidation check.
That's going to be a 29.
Hva sa du?
You see the look of anger,
Ja.
and the logic that you employed in your
Hvordan skal vi lage øynene og sånn?
nerve with this angry man. And he says, "Oh, get away from me with that logic!" All right, I'm sorry. Let my anger get the better of Captain Angron, but you find me that Grigori Highsail, and I'll tear him a new butthole.
I will be sure to let him know that a new butthole is in order from you as soon as I find him.
That Highsail.
When did you last see this high sail?
Oh, must have been last time he sailed out from down here. Maybe 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
Yeah. He bet me in several hands of cards. And he owes me big time. He said he was gonna come back next time with a big haul. Real big haul. Pay me back and then some.
Did he say when he was planning to be back? He seems late on his arrival. Did he give you any indication when he was expected to arrive?
No, he must be hiding. I seen his ship out there moored out on the water. Yeah.
They're trying to decide on what kind of color the eyes and stuff should have.
I'm gonna rip him in half.
Vi kan jo prøve å lage litt sånn 3D av ansikt på sauren nå, da.
And then feed him his own gullet.
Sånn at det er noen nesa som stikker
Which
ut.
ship is it out there? I like lean up against him and I'm pointing out. I'm like, which ship was it that was his?
He points out, see that one? That great galleon over there? That's
Yeah.
the ill-fated Finch. That's his ship. Just, I knew he'd be here. I've been waiting for him. Yeah. They came into harbor about 2 days ago.
2 days ago. And they've been sitting out there for the whole 2 days? I assure you, this man's butthole and spine should be very afraid of you, sir.
Well, it's probably his poor crew's gotta wait for another couple days to unload their cargo, but Usually the captains come ashore, report into the Port Authority. That's what I'm waiting for right now, but I've been waiting for him. Just rip him apart.
Well, I can assure you that the crew has, they're doing great.
What? Jeg må ha bein under her for at det ikke...
Fine group of lads and lassies. I tell you that. A lot of them have beautiful, beautiful families back home in Westermar. Met a few of them.
Jeg går og henter mer bambus, da.
I'm sure they're all
Og sånn...
to get home to their families.
Well,
Sebastian, you good? You good over there? We're running.
I'm great. It's going really well, guys. I made a new friend.
I feel an agility on the wheel.
High Sail and the Finch have had a pretty lucrative run of it. They, from what I understand, they pick up a bunch of crystals up in Dransmond, and then they sail all the way down the coast in the Middle Seas, selling it off the whole way. Of course, they make big pay dirt here in Liberio, and they've been skirting the route, of course, ever since the thing is that ever since that knights started marching up north, they ain't been letting the land caravans come down.
Let's see, where is scaffolding?
Down to Liberio, so Highsail thought he had a good thing coming. The people down here love them shinies. They love them shinies.
Yeah, good luck with that and the shinies. I'm sure that nothing bad will happen. It's been a pleasure, Captain. You've actually been very helpful, so thank you. I'm glad that you didn't pick my nose too hard.
Well, you just tell Grigori Highsail that Angon's gonna rip his legs off, stuff him up his butt, and then pull them out his mouth, and then turn him upside down and crunch his spine down into nothing and put it up his nose.
I will be sure to tell him word for word.
And if you don't tell him that word for word, what's your name?
My name's Sebastian Crow.
Ah, Sebastian Crow. Well, Sebastian Crow, if I find out that you didn't tell Grigori Highsail what I'm gonna do to him, I'm gonna take that little face of yours and I'm gonna take your eyeballs and I'm gonna rip them out and stuff them in your ear holes. And then
I
I'm
make a
gonna
little
take
flame
your
in
ear.
my hand while he's talking and continue, and just to intimidate him a bit.
Oh, you get away from me with that smelly stuff.
It goes out. All right, friends, are you done running on the wheel?
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. It's just like,
Hvor skal vi an?
it's just so fast.
To get one of those for home.
She's so fast. She's so fast.
Running
Pluto,
on
I
the
don't
wheel,
know.
Pluto, you are paid
Han må ikke dø, da.
4 pieces for the work.
How much money does Veo make?
Veo did twice as well as Pluto.
She gets 2 copper.
Aww.
Oh, that's just.
I would
You
like
know what,
fish.
Veo?
Fish?
I give you my 8 copper so you can, because you won fair and square.
You know what, Veo? I give you 8 copper as well because that seems unfair.
They could have paid me in
Her kan du få den totemen.
We're at a harbor.
Yeah, yeah, you would have taken fish heads, even.
Guys, I made a new friend. Turns out that boat right over there is the one that we're looking for. It's been parked. It's been
Anchored?
anchored for 2 days
It's
out
a
there.
nautical term.
Yes, I'm a nautical guy. I knew that. Yeah, so we have a choice here. This lineup looks pretty long, but I honestly, if this guy who's been adamantly looking for a Captain Highsail has been unable to find him to rip out his spine or rip out his butt or rip his butt
Something
into
to
his spine, something involving butts and spines and legs and arms, any of combination of those. If he hasn't been able to find Captain Highsail, something tells me he might be a corpse as well, in which case I'm wondering if we just head on out to that boat and take a look around.
I mean, I'm open to it. But
Yeah, why don't we just procure ourselves one of them rowboats?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go look for a rowboat.
It's easy enough to hire someone that's willing to row you out to one of the boats, or hire one of the boats. It costs just a couple silver pieces. It's very common around here, and so you can take it to row out to the ill-fated Finch.
That seems appropriate. Anything you want to do before? I mean, I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
I jump in the boat.
yeah.
Oh, not that one. It doesn't have any oars.
If only there
Can't
was
just
a
make
way.
oars.
I bet you could just paddle your way.
Anyway.
There's
We pay somebody.
with my arms.
We find a boat with a person who takes us there. You don't need to swim. I don't need to swim.
Oars are
Nobody
not
needs to
that
swim.
important to boats.
So taking the boat out, as you row out onto the harbor, it is all the ships that are anchored out here are all beneath the shadow of the Enigma Ziggurat, which hovers over the waters of the harbor. Parked in some of the safe shallows of the harbor of Liberio, the ill-fated Finch is a very large three-sailed carrack ship. So this is a vessel that you could load up a ton of cargo, and as befits most of the shipping that happens in the continent, basically what most ships do, especially if they're looking for very lucrative trade, is they'll start up in Dransmond and go from Dransmond all the way down the coast of Illyria, and then back up around the edge of Tureen,
Ja, hva sa du?
and then Liberio.
Når sengen bare ut som to hvite
They kind of do
blokker.
this loop of the
Det ga deg litt stillas.
Now, of course, there's many that just do the Middle Sea, but that route, and depending on how many stops they take along the way, these ships can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months, depending on how many ports they stop at between Dransmond and Illyria, and if they go across through Caspia or not. So knowing that the ship itself
Hodet er litt smalere enn
good repair. The sails have all been closed, right? So the sails are all wrapped up and bound, and the anchor has been firmly set, so the ship stands there. But even as you get close to the vessel, it is conspicuously quiet. There is not a sailor in the crow's nest, nor on the mast tending to
Jeg tror jeg skal finne bildet på mobilen, da, så kan jeg se samtidig.
see a single soul on deck.
Are there little like windows on the side or openings?
There are ports on one of the upper decks, so I will just get us a map up here. Let me just grab your tokens first, so we have that.
Guys, what I'm thinking is when I get to the boat, I can climb on the side of the boat. So before we just get on up there, I was thinking I could sneak up to a side window and just whoop,
I
drop in.
could.
Må vi lage en enda sjukere?
Ja, men vi må
Oh, well, let's see. We could do that too. Less
I mean-
danger to me.
I mean, if
Okay.
you really feel like going for
Ja,
a
den
climb
der
and
stillasen ditt
spy,
øye.
because I know Vale loves her climb and spy, then by all means. But if you want to save the trouble, you just let me know and I'll get my shadow crow.
And what time of the day is it now?
Well, you would have taken a short rest. So
Knapperne trykka på nå.
travel time and the investigation, I would say we're getting close to 6-7 o'clock.
And what
Or
time
the-
is sunset?
I'll change back.
Tonight, sunset is gonna be happening, probably more towards like sometime between 8 and 9.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely like the sun's going down, right? But the ship is here, and so as you can see here, the ship itself, it's quite a long vessel, tip to tail, and you can see that there's the netting along the sides, where the rowboats might be harbored, because this is a ship that could carry some rowboats of its own, but none of them are present.
Kan det spåne monstre inni ulla?
There's no signs of any of the rowboats, and yes, there are.
Og så har vi noe...
There's some indication that yes, there would be different.
Ja, jeg kan...
There's several parts of the ship for sure.
Hva er det her bort da?
Your call.
Send Crowley.
I open up one side of my cloak, and a shadow crow emerges and flies out to do a little lap around the
Ja, det er noe som har...
maybe poke its head in a couple windows.
Det er villager inni her.
Okay. Let's grab.
Han selger mendingbøker.
The
Ja.
token for Crowley.
It's funny, I forget that I have a familiar so often. Probably
Yeah.
useful in combat, you know?
They're actually very.
Og nametag selger han.
And if you have a hound that you can summon, that can.
All right, there you go.
Nice.
You can see that there is certainly there's
Han selger mendingbøker da.
there's 3 layers to the deck, right? So you've got the topmost deck here, followed by a second higher deck where the actual ship is controlled from, then the main deck, and then the forecastle.
Men det her er vel folk som har vært zombier, som har blitt gjort om til
Where would you like to peer in?
villagere. Og da får man ekstra billig.
Are there like little port windows or like little
Cleric.
windows
Ah.
you set around the boat?
Yes.
Or not?
Yes,
Yeah.
there are. Yeah.
Så
Crowley's gonna go just.
han selger emerald for rotten flesh, og det er jo dritmye av.
And we're just hanging out in the boat, right? Like and the person we hired, we're just like, yeah, this is.
If you
Jeg går og henter noen rotten flesh, ja.
that would have been totally fine to just rent a boat.
Yeah, is it okay if we?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I feel bad dragging someone out here to
Yeah.
die, probably.
Okay.
Like,
Great. Just, just feel kind of bad. I'll row it.
Okay. Just give me a moment here to adjust the map.
Yeah. I don't know if it's caught on. Like, I guess when we go to new cities, they don't get it. But, like, I'm sure people don't want to come with us because we're constantly going to really dangerous places.
Like everybody who's ever tagged along with us has either died. It's like there are clear red shirts happening.
yeah.
It's like you're either a main. Are you a main character in this story? Because
I don't want to know a
you
last
don't-
name because that's just going to cause issues. I want first name.
Like, is your name Sten? You don't want to be here.
Oh, yeah.
poor guy.
What's your curiosity level around goo? Is it high? Is it low? We need someone with a lower curiosity level.
Okay, let me just pull this over for y'all. Here we go. Great. Okay, so Crowley is able to peer in to the windows on this level. So this is the only part of the ship that actually has like windows that you could look inside, right? And so here is where you're gonna see there are several offices here that are laid out for the captain's quarters and the meeting rooms for the crew. This area of the ship, they are glass windows, and that's that in the rooms themselves. The first sort of chamber here appears to be a bed chamber of some kind. So there's a hammock set up with a chest of drawers, and the like that might be the captain's quarters. The other room going back into
Maybe-
Okay,
here,
I'm going to
Maybe
grab some rotten meat so I can sell
with a
to
table
the
set up, some maps all around for navigation,
villagers.
and the like. There's several cabinets and chests of drawers as well, and quite a few barrels of grog and whiskey about. Floating around to the other chamber, it appears to be more of a room for a few of the other higher level officers of the crew. So there's sleeping quarters for 2 others in here, along with their personal effects.
What is the state of these rooms? Do they look well kept, or do they look in disarray?
All of the rooms, looking around, give me a perception check with Crowley.
All right. Let me just pop up the old crow here. $17.
Okay. There are signs all throughout the room. Several of the tables and chairs are toppled. The drinks are spilled. And you notice that there are pools of a black bile vomit not far from the captain's quarters, and then as well as several drag marks of blood.
That's not good. You hear me say, so you two in the boat, Crowley just flies off, starts looking in windows, and Sebastian's just there, like, eyes rolled back in his head, and then you hear him go, oh, that's not good.
What do you say?
I look at Pluto, and I'm like,
I don't know, man. I'm sure it's fine. He says something way different when it's actually bad.
Does he?
Yeah. He does that what's the worst that could happen thing.
Oh, that's bad.
See, that's still not bad. Whatever he's looking at, still not bad.
Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gross.
Usually. Still not worried. Still, hopes are high.
I'm gonna fly Crowley kind of over the main deck, just to examine the state of the rest of the ship.
Yeah. As you fly over the rest of the main deck with Crowley, you can see that Crowley flies over the top hatches. These hatches would ostensibly lead directly down into the cargo levels of the ship.
The ship in the pearl on oil.
You can see the octarine glow emitting from below, from the belly, the belly of the ship, and the all across the upper deck of the ship are more of these just pools of kind of this black red. You realize, actually, looking now closer, it's, you know that red that is so red it's black, like that really deep blood color where you're like, is that like brown or black? And it's spoiled just long enough. This is like that deep, like, red blood of internal bleeding that is almost black.
Crowley's gonna... I'm gonna snap out of Crowley as he flies back towards me. Well, friends, I have good news and I have bad news.
Tell us the bad news.
The bad news is that there is a octarine glow coming from the depths of this ship, which implies some terrible delirium mishaps. The other also bad news is that there are bloodstains and black bile, which I would recommend not touching, in many locations, which I believe signify further the story of the crew being poisoned and dragged off.
Poisoned with what?
That's what we have to figure out. The good news is that this is the right ship.
I mean, I guess, yeah, that's silver lining.
I mean, we kind of already assumed it would be, but it definitely has a lot of clues here to investigate.
Har du mer råttent kjøtt?
Are we aboard?
Ja, den ligger her, da.
Jeg er tilbake.
Well, I would start with going onto the deck, and then I think that maybe we should check out the captain's quarters. I saw nothing alive or terrifying there, but I did see some stuff that maybe we should take a look at.
I'll hold the boat steady if you two want to go first, and then I'll,
Pluto Jackson. Not going first.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, yeah, you guys hold the boat steady, because I'm the only one that doesn't have, like, the ability to easily climb.
Yeah, there's
Nei, han utsolgt for emeralds.
onto the boat,
Oh.
and onto the main deck, wherever you would like to, wherever you
Fikk 16 emeralds da, I hvert fall.
Okay, I'm gonna
Side.
where
climb up the side of the ship right here and try to land. It'll
Yeah.
be on the top.
that would let you
16
on-
emerald for 10 flint. Lol.
right? But that's fine to then clamber down the stairs to here. So on the ship, it sways and rocks, and you can hear the creaking of this very empty ship. It's a very empty vessel.
Og han selger crossbow for 10 emeralds.
This is important.
Kan man ikke lage det? Må man kjøpe det?
Does it glow?
From detecting undead creatures,
Mm-hmm.
it does not.
Well, that's reassuring. There you go. More good news, guys. What's the worst that could happen? And I'm
There
going
it
to
is.
open the door.
That's the one.
Yeah. So the door beyond here is the captain's room. You can see that the captain's hammock has been upturned over, and there is a chest of drawers for the captain's belongings that has a padlock locked onto it. So it is a locked chest left in this room. There's a bit of a rug and a cabinet with several bottles of rum and rye and gin and maybe some grog that's left here. And there is a small table in the room with a rancid meal left behind. What looks to be perhaps a couple bits of bread and some oranges, bits of an orange, and some fish.
Jeg har fått 28 emeralds i hvert fall.
Do you guys have any medicine skills? Anything like that? Testing for poisons? Any knowledge of poisons?
So this is our
I'm not proficient.
farm with our villagers that sell
One
and
time,
purchase
a whole bunch of poison ivy.
emeralds real easy,
I
and
think I can
this guy was
Pluto.
Is it a very itchy inside?
that is OP to have.
Very low bar for dares, and I was young and naive. This was 2 summers ago.
Nei, jeg har nok nå, tror jeg. Jeg bare ville ha noen.
That's like right before we met. Listen, Pluto, I dare you to learn how to identify poisons.
There's only one way.
No. Never mind.
Don't eat it.
I'm okay. I don't know what my skill level's gonna be here, but I'm gonna investigate the food and any cups that might be in the area to try to
Så han skal jo fortsette med sauehodet. Så regner det. Nei, det slutta. Yes.
that may or may not be a poison.
Just
I don't
need to
know.
find a
I'm
picture
sure
of
it
the
smells
sheep.
rotten, but I feel like
Cool. Do you have any? Are you proficient in a poisoner's kit?
I am proficient in alchemist supplies,
All
not
right.
a poisoner's kit.
Okay. In that case, you have some transferable knowledge. So, give me a check with your alchemist supplies.
Ja, du må ta med fakler så du kan putte inn i magen på sauen.
17.
Going through things, if the food was poisoned, it would have really required some coordinated effort and wanting to get an entire crew of people. But there's not enough of this food to get a good sample from because it's been left out for at least 2 days. There are several bottles of various
Out of,
alcohols that are around as well. And it's unlikely that anything would have been in the alcohol because the alcohol would have killed, like, possibly could have, like, if it was a poison, it might have been in there, but in order for you to determine if a poison was present in any of this, at this stage, you might need some magic, or more tools and an environment where you can actually conduct an examination. Like, to determine if any of these things would be poison would probably take a couple hours of testing with the right supplies to determine that, unless you wanted to just drink things and see if that hits you.
Sebastian, why don't you just
Ooh, we fikk achievement.
Oh,
instead of drinking it yourself?
Or get me to
Wouldn't he
drink it.
wouldn't he just poof if there was something bad?
you want me to murder my crow?
Not murder. It's better than taking it yourself, like you were about to do.
Yeah, here, give me that. What are you doing?
And don't do it to Pluto either.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't do it. Give it to your crow.
Veo, do you want to inspect around anything?
Yeah, I would love to just get more like on the ground and see if there's anything like dust or any other substances around, like just really use kind of a perception.
Sure,
High
sure. Yeah, you can investigate the vomit if you wish.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Setter opp fakler.
Yeah, I'm not going near that.
Ja, det er bra.
Don't need it.
16.
Looking at the smell. Here's the thing,
Looking at the
Veo.
smell.
Yeah, sorry. Looking at the vomit, and this is that. Looking it over, Veo. You've eaten a lot of food. You've eaten a lot of bad food. This isn't the type of vomit that someone throws up when they've eaten something that poisoned them, because you would expect more of the food with it. This is blood and bile. What you're looking for is not a poison, but a sickness.
Cool. So it's not the stuff they've eaten. Something has happened to them with illness.
Yes.
Well, I should still take this alcohol for testing, and I start filling my bag with bottles of like wine and such.
Yeah.
What about this lockbox?
It is a container that is it is a sturdy chest bound in irons with a heavy padlock on it, about 2 feet, 2 by 2 by 4 in size, so it's quite large.
Is it a locked box?
Yep.
I got some thieves' tools. I'm gonna try.
These tools.
All right, Pluto, do you want to do anything in the meanwhile?
I am going to actually, while these two are investigating, I'm gonna try to keep sort of a watchful eye on the immediate surroundings. I'm gonna make sure that things stay quiet and sort of listen for any changes. Like I'm listening for sounds in other rooms or on other decks, and sort of just kind of getting a vibe for the ambience, because I don't want anything to kind of get the jump on us.
Alrighty, sounds good. You're standing watch then. Sebastian, give me a check with your thieves' tools.
Can I help him? Can I like instruct him?
Would you
I'm
like to
proficient
do
in
it?
them.
Would you like to take the lead on it?
Bytta vi på feil side?
Eller
I don't know
You're
which
like-
of you is better with
Is this a
thieves'
teaching
tools.
moment? Yeah.
Yeah.
Er det det?
I mean,
Må du snu den, da?
I think it would both be the same, because isn't it just a
You're both
D20 plus
proficient?
proficiency?
Plus dexterity.
So what's your dexterity?
Oh, it's maxed.
You go ahead. I'm like about to start picking it, and I like fumble and drop the lockpick, and I'm like,
I'm like, I'll just take those. I start to do the lock. So it's proficiency dex 18.
Not the best locks in the world, but you open it up, and inside are several talents of silver and several thick, heavy books, the ship's logs.
Silver.
logs.
Heavy.
Open your bag of holding. I put the silver in. How much silver is in there?
About 5,000 gold pieces worth of silver. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, of silver bars, basically. Yeah.
Theo, do you want to write that down?
Yes.
I'm sure the crew won't be needing those anymore, so consider that payment for our investigation. I'm gonna start rifling through the ship's logs to this most recent voyage to try to gather any key information that I might find regarding their journey.
Yeah, so the most recent log shows that the ship came to Liberio. It's a note from the captain. Paid in silver. Customer. Society of Conscientious Practice and Scientific Discovery paid 5,000 for direct passage. Dransmond to Liberio. No stops.
What was the name? Society of what?
The name that is it was the Guild of Conscientious Practice and Scientific Discovery of Altbrook University. Paid 5,000 gold pieces for a group of for a group of passengers to have direct passage non-stop from Dransmond to Liberio along with their cargo.
Scientific discovery.
Nice.
That's a long name.
Yep.
Say it one more time. I'm ready.
The Guild of Conscientious Practice and Scientific Discovery of Altbrook University.
Of Altbrook Uni.
Yeah, I've heard of these guys.
Have you?
Yeah.
Who are they?
They're they're a trio of scientists from Altbrook who,
I don't think
We're-
Sebastian has ever heard of these people.
Sebastian is a very worldly man. He wrote a book about it.
Hva sa du?
Da skal vi ha for
Må kanskje ha litt høyere hode, for det blir feil, eller for det blir for lite hode, eller hva tror du? Trenger jeg en høyde til på hodet?
2 høyder, så tror jeg.
2 høyder? Ok. Nei, det er fordi du har... Du må ha en høyde til i... Fader da. Ja, men... Sånn da. Au. Så ta en høyde til. Mer ull.
Ja.
Ja. More wool is required. Ja, men da blir det feil proporsjoner da, når du har 3 på andre siden er det 4 mellomrom, eller 3 mellomrom, og så starter ulla på nummer 4. Det er 3 ledige plasser, og så begynner ulla, eller hodet. Hvis vi tar 3 på denne siden og 4 på andre siden, så ser det rart ut. Hva gjorde du nå? Nå er hodet større. Nei, glem det, jeg så feil det. Nå skal jeg tette en hue da. Setter opp noen flere fakler inn i huet. Au. Nu skal jeg bare se. Jo, nå begynner det å bli bra, tror jeg. Ja, men hodet skal stikke litt ned foran magen også, da.
Høyere opp. Jeg kan prøve en høyere opp. Jeg prøver en. Clap, clap. Ooh, I like that. Mark, 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 mark. Ja. Disse her skal være her.
Ok.
Ikke så langt. Oi. Jeg ser. Nå ser jeg deg ikke lenger. Nå ser jeg deg. Hva du gjør. Å, jeg hater den lyden. Jeg glemte at jeg hadde godteri.
Gjør du det?
Jep. Sunger på puppen. Da sakaring av høy.
Ja.
Hallo. Se. Ah! Flap, 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 flap. Ooh, I like that. Walk, 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 walk.
Sånn, det var litt...
For deg. Der er den ekstra. Der. Nå må jeg se på fjeset. Pappa,
Ja.
det er nok, pappa. Okay. So?
Skal vi se da. Ja, det begynner å nærme seg.
La meg komme.
Jeg vet ikke om den treplankefargen passer, men...
Nei, det gjør den ikke. Jeg skal fikse den.
Fordi på nesa er rosa.
Jeg vet, men det var ikke noen planker som var rosa. Som jeg så.
Hva med de sakura-trærne da? De rosa trærne?
Cherry?
Ja.
De var det ikke så mange av.
Det er dritmange, jeg er ikke så langt til nå. Jeg kan gå og hente noen da.
Nei, jeg blir med. Eller nei, jeg vil gå alene fordi jeg vil fly.
Ja.
Nei, nei! Jeg brukte tådet med bananen min. For jeg døde. Men det går bra. Det er sjelden jeg dør.
Hvem er det som har laget det rosa sakura-tre-huset oppi der da?
Det er jeg og Ludvig og Stupla hjem. Vi her prøver å lage en by her. Og her er det veier opp og ned. Pappa, du trenger ikke å gå opp fjellet.
Ikke?
Nei. Vi har en vei du kan kjøre hvis du går i tunnelen. Det er en tunnel under der.
Er det det?
Som du kan gå i. Skal jeg vise deg?
Ja.
Som du kan gå i for å finne... Dette her er mitt hus, som er ganske så de andre husene der borte, de er Ludvig sine.
Oi, da var det langt ned.
Men her den her er opp, og den her er ned.
Ja. Så dere lagde sånne... heiser? Kanskje du skulle hatt sånn vann her også?
Jeg har en vannbucket. Jeg har en bucket her også, så jeg kan også hente den.
Sånn, men dør man ikke hvis man... litt tryggere.
Jeg døde.
Hæ? Hvordan klarte du det?
Nå er jeg skikkelig stresset, og jeg er skikkelig sur. Hvor er jeg en gang?
Alle tingene dine ligger i vannet. Hvordan klarte du å dø der da? Du skulle bare...
Ikke å dø!
Ja, men det er ikke noe farlig, bare løp tilbake.
Det er sikkert ikke alle tingene, for når jeg døde så jeg noen ting igjen og lå på den sprekken.
Ok.
Da må du gå der og se.
Ja. Har du scaffolding? Kan du bruke det? Eller kan du bruke det, og så kan jeg gå og hente det? Jeg vil hente det, ikke det.
alt jeg hadde. Det er fortsatt noen ting der.
Jeg skjønner ikke hvor du mistet det. Det er ikke noe...
Du plukket det opp.
Ja. Skal vi se. Den. Var det alt?
Hadde jeg ull? Ja, det var alt. Takk, pappa.
Så god.
Jeg lukket det, sånn at ingen kan dø. Det går her. Nå kan ingen skatte. Nå.
Nå skal vi hente
Oi,
sånne...
oi, 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 oi.
Oppi noen sånne... rosa trær.
Bjelleklang, bjelleklang. Klang, bjelleklang. Bjelleklang, bjelleklang. Bjelleklang, bjelleklang. Bjelleklang, bjelleklang. Bjelleklang, bjelleklang. Chan. Nani ga i bonita eller nata. Du trenger bare å kappe ned et trær, fordi vi trenger faktisk ikke så mye av det.
Ok.
Jeg har alt vi trenger akkurat nå, jeg.
Hva da?
Ja. Men jeg kan lage et fint hus med det du har kappet også. Og det jeg har kappet. Hvis vi har noe som ekstra. Ned.
Og her var det mange gulrøtter.
Jeg vet
Og her var det mange sauer. Nei, griser, mener jeg.
Ludvig dreper.
Det var nok bacon en stund.
Jeg vet. Jeg flyr tilbake til... Dørene.
Men jeg må lage meg flintens stil, jeg. Starte den der nether-farmen vår på nytt. Så jeg har noe flint da. Det er kanskje i huset her borte da.
La shark with two shoes. No change, but I think you. Beep.
Også metall.
Sauen vår var lagd feil.
Er det?
Ja. Helt feil.
Nei da.
Jo.
Hvorfor det?
Jeg sa det.
Ja.
Mhm.
Ops.
Ser du det?
Nei,
Hvor er du? Wait a minute. Who are you? Hi. Wait a minute. Who are you?
jeg skal bare til gullfarmen og starte den på nytt. Ja.
Wait a minute. Who are you? Wait a minute. Who are you? Oh.
Har du tatt den minecarten som var i boksen her oppe? Det var en i kista.
Japp, da har jeg tatt den.
Hva er meningen at det skal ligge i kista når du ikke bruker den da?
Men det var fordi jeg skulle bruke den, og vi kunne ta den opp, og da ville jeg også ta den. Men så tror jeg at jeg glemte å ta den. Jeg flyr tilbake opp til. Jo, mamma. No. Ha. No. Ha. Hørte du den lyden jeg lagde? Det bare...
Var det gøy?
Ja.
Let's see why the gold farm has stopped.
Pappa, kan du komme hit og se på sauen?
Vent litt, jeg skal bare starte gullfarmen på nytt.
Og hvordan skal du liksom gjøre det?
Jeg tror jeg trenger bare flint og stil.
Tralala, sharp with two shoes. Going out in the ocean's got nothing to do.
Nei.
I'll make you out
What?
in the ocean. Then now,
Må jeg ødelegge den og starte den på nytt?
the bluebirds. Pretty cool.
Åh, shit!
Pretty little. I'm so in love with you. Jeg skulle legge meg ned. Pappa. Han begynner å se på meg neste stund. Begynner å se. Ta. Pretty cool bird, pretty little
Hæ? Var det ikke...
I'm so in love with you.
Hvordan er det med å starte njæveren igjen da?
Pretty little baby.
Med fjerne vann her. Ah, shit, jeg må bøtte. Du, Rinnea, slutt da.
Seminaren ned. Vil noen seg holde på å dø?
Nei. There's a bucket. Is there a bucket here? Probably not.
Som en død. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, Pop. That's
I have to go all the way back. Grab a bucket.
me of it. I'll fix it. Pretty cool birds, pretty little baby. I'm so in love with you. Det er gøy å bare bli rundt, pappa.
Bli rundt. Jo, hvis man har elytra, så.
Det var akkurat derfor jeg sa det.
Mhm. Okay, let's listen to some game music.
Pappa,
Battlefield. Ja,
vær snill. Vent på meg, jeg skal bare vente til. Vent på meg, jeg tror ikke at jeg gjør det her. Jo,
no. Oh, sh.
nå. Ikke si noen dumme. Jeg tror jeg ødela sauen vår.
Gjør du det? Hysj av meg.
Hun ble litt pinet. Ble litt ødelagt.
Pizza power! Let's get shell!
Pappa, når er du fremme? Når kommer pappaen hjem? Han har gått ut for å hente melk lenge siden. Og nå er jeg stor. Men jeg har ikke milk. Oh, exactly. Pappa?
Ja.
Excuse me, når kommer du tilbake? Miss pappa?
Hva sa du?
Når kommer du tilbake?
Jeg skal se om jeg kan få liv i den der maskinen nå. Yay! Jeg tror jeg fiksa det. Skal se, kommer det... Ok. Så blir det, ja, de blir drept. I fixed it. Now the XP is coming.
No, Papa is coming.
Sånn. Nå kan jeg reparere våpnene mine.
Jeg håper dette ser bra ut, for jeg blir fint. Nei! Nei! Pappa, gi meg hjelpemai! Pappa, gi meg Managed to shoot me actually. Wherever you go, dash. Get us out. Or you're idiotic.
Ok, da funker den. Da kan jeg... Vi skal bare ta de siste grisene.
Hvor er du?
Jeg var XP-gullfarmen. Kødder du med han lille dritten over der, da? Der ble den tatt. Now to turn it off. Sånn.
Jeg kom flytende.
Oi, jeg så da. Oi, hva er det for noe kylling, da?
Ja, det er de nye kyllingene.
Hva er det da?
Det er de varme kyllingene, og de kalde kyllingene er gråe, og de er skikkelig rare hårfrisyrer. Har du aldri sett det?
Nei. Den var
Jeg
kul.
la. Den er fly tilbake.
Ja,
Vil du sitte på ryggen min?
tror ikke det går.
Nei, vi flytter deg. Vent litt. Du må vente. Jeg må vente. Vent litt. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Men you're power. But kommer du?
Er det plass til 2? Nei.
Inn da.
Ha det! Det var mye. Sendte den av gårde. Du har rakett, da. Sånn. Jeg går ned her.
Jeg er redd for å hoppe ned. Husker du sist gang jeg prøvde å fly med en lita?
Nei.
Da døde jeg. Da sist.
Men da er klokka 8, Linnea, så nå kan vi lage kveldsmat til deg. So I will turn this off the stream now and I will play more later World of Warcraft. Så kan vi fortsette på sauen i morgen.